All right, let's go ahead and get some streaming in. It is close to reset. We're actually going to turn on our camera this time. Last couple streams I haven't had my camera on, but today I feel like go ahead and turning on the camera because why not? All depends on how I'm feeling that day, and today feels like a camera day. So, 10 seconds to reset. I want to go ahead and continue the bingo board. See if I can't get one more line. The big thing I'm trying to get on all these bingo boards is the mythic uniform in the top right corner. Crap. We're going to have to wait another half hour. I don't buy anything that is over 300 crystals. Anything under 300 crystals, 275, 250, anything under 300 crystals, I'm buying. Some people say the best strategy is to only do 50s and 100s, but I will grab anything under 3 because I plan to clear all the boards. So we're going to go ahead and close and reopen because now we are officially at reset. With being officially at reset, I guess we can give some sound in the background if y'all want to have some sound to the game. We're going to collect our login rewards, our daily login rewards. We are sitting here at the 11-year anniversary, trying to get as many of the rewards as possible. So, wait for a few moments, yeah. Loading. Here, there we go. So our check-in rewards, we're getting some energy, 7 days, monthly, all that good stuff. Cool. Collect our bonuses, and zen. Today's gifts, we always go to the gift board. Collect your stuff, people. Some people don't always collect all the stuff, and I think it's important to collect as many things as possible. What's up? Apparently Twitch was in sleep mode. That's why I wasn't getting notifications. Ah, official Eli, that can definitely affect stuff. Welcome. Good to see you. I actually am finally doing the dual stream. So I'm up on 2 platforms right now. How fun is that? How's the 11th anniversary treating you this time around? Let's see. I've already gotten 300 crystals from this. Obviously, we're going to make sure we get as many as we can. Here's another 2 tickets. And let's see, crafting. I'm always a big fan of crafting the cards, and I'll use whatever resource I have the most of. So I still need to roll up my cards. When I finish my bingo boards, I am going to gamble for more P cards because I'm trying the impossible. I've got a great quality 7 Fantastic 4 card here. Look at this. All attack, critical rate, critical damage. Ignore defense. Beautiful blue stars. I want a blue dodge. If I can get a blue dodge, which, by the way, I've rolled 8 times, and I have gotten a blue, and then 3 red dodges in a row. The last 3 rolls were red dodges. Hey, Big Surf, good to see you. It is driving me nuts. But if I can get this blue here, I can replace this card here. I don't want to lose that 11% dodge, though. I think it's going to hurt too much. So I'm refusing, and I will keep re-rolling this. But I'm not going to take more re-rolls or more P cards, because I used all my P cards. I'm not going to use more until I have the opportunity to try to get that blue dodge. So that is the goal. We will see what happens, and we will go from there. I just picked Shalabal for the Tier 4 discount. I had enough materials left over that I decided Tier 4 Winter Soldier finally. Interesting choice, because apparently the theory is Moon Knight is going to replace Winter Soldier, because Moon Knight is going to be speed, but doesn't hurt. I figured between speed hero and combat villain, he's pretty versatile. Yeah. I've only ever used him in World Boss. I'm sorry, not World Boss. AB. I've only ever used him in AB. I've never used him anywhere else. Never had to. Rift. Should we open a Rift? We'll open that later. Alliance Battle. I'll go. Oh, yeah. Infinite mode. We'll do that later here in a minute, too. Dimension missions. Let's take our 200 boost points real quick, and we're going to pop over here to co-op. Do some giant boss raid. I do finally have my settings up to max, and I rebooted, so when I switch over to playing on my phone, which I will play later on, the plan is, or hopefully it will be a little bit smoother, because for whatever reason I always get a delay. Sankar Hush. I picked Wolverine for Tier 4 upgrade support. I don't have his artifact, and a Tier 2 land shark killed my Tier 4 Wolverine. Yeah, the artifact is a make-or-break scenario for that character. You really need the artifact, which, of course, basically gives you a second life. So hopefully you can get the artifact at some point. Without it, Wolverine is almost unusable, even at Tier 4. I ended up doing Crystal for my Tier 4 support because I have almost every character that's Tier 4able. So it was just kind of pick what you wanted to. I grabbed Moon Knight from the last selector, so nobody to advance for next week's patch, just the uniforms. Fair. So you have Moon Knight at Tier 4 already? Yeah, nothing wrong with Tier 4 Winter Soldier. I was just pointing out that Moon Knight is probably going to be hard replacing him when the uniform comes out. Let's see. We have Tira Cruz on YouTube saying hello. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm talking with folks on both Twitch and YouTube, so if it sounds like I'm talking to myself, I'm not. Or at least not on camera. Sandcar Hush says, yes, I will pick up their artifact from Crystal Relay Pack once. Hold on. Live gameplay. I'm carrying this, I guarantee it, because I can usually solo clear this in like seconds, like 20, 30 seconds. Yeah. I did about 80% of the damage, if not 90. Yes, I will pick up artifact from Crystal Relay Pack, the one that will come in next update. Yep, MK is already Tier 4 for me. Okay, fair enough. So nothing wrong with that. I don't know what other options you have for Tier 4 in any way. So, like I said, I ended up grabbing Crystal. I also started using some of my Mythic uniform tickets finally so I can get my collection towards complete. As you can see here, so here's uniforms, so I used 5 or 6 of them just to get more Mythic. The unowned ones, one of them is Captain Marvel. It's that paywall limited edition one, and then Captain America, but I've got 3 ticket coupons and I don't do a lot of PvP, so I'm going to pick up I don't know. I'll probably get Moon Knight right away, but I want to use my tickets to save crystals. But these 26 normal, 2 advanced, 5 rare, 3 heroic are all paywall uniforms. You know, I wonder if I can get any of these heroics to legendaries. Orange Lens says, Blaze, why can't I see Luna new uniform? Ha ha ha. I'm so confused. It is only available there in the US. What new uniform? We can't get it yet. The uniform is not available until the next update. I can't even get it. So that newest uniform for Luna Snow, no one can see it yet. See, here's Luna. Here's uniforms. That's it. Summer Lilac is the last one we are able to buy until the new one comes out. So both Moon Knight and Luna Snow's newest uniform won't be coming out until mid-month? Oh, okay, I thought it's just... No, it's not just you, Orange Lens. Yep, it's everyone. Yeah, Tier 4'd Crystal here. How many Tier 4s am I up to? I've got 63 Tier 4s. I was actually super excited to finally see rewards for players who have all the characters. There are some bonuses if you have everyone at Tier 2 and if you have so many Tier 4s. So I got all 3 bonuses, obviously, instantly right away. I even finally changed my icon. Usually I leave it on Doctor Strange, which I'll go back to Doctor Strange at some point. But yeah, I'm using that special icon. Let's pop in some more tickets. Try to get all those tickets all the way up. This is quick. I'll let this run, and I'm gonna use Black Knight because he's awesome. Completely unrelated to Marvel Future Fight, but Black Knight makes me think of it. So I am a martial artist. I teach as well, and I like swords. Now, mostly I use a Jin, Black Knight sword, but I also like long swords, and I have a really cool long sword that is there's 3 types of classifications for swords in real life. You have what people jokingly call a slow, SLO, or sword-like object. These are wall hangers, pure decoration, could be cosplay, could be, just dress up in general if you're doing reenactments. but these are not usable. They will break and damage. They're typically stainless steel. They're super cheap, like sub $100. Some are sub 200 if they're real fancy looking. But, you know, for the most part, you know, they decorate. The second classification is what is known as a sparring blade. A sparring blade is blunt with a blunted, rounded tip that you can spar with. Now, you need armor and gear. You're not just going to, you know, you don't want to hit flesh with it. But the steel sparring swords usually are some sort of spring steel, and they're very resilient, flexible, and maintain their shape. And then the third classification is what's called a sharp. Now, a sharp is essentially a functional sword that's used for cutting. Some people will cut mats or different types of targets, bamboo, fruit, water bottles, things like that. So your sharps are your dangerous ones. With that in mind, the sharps, I found a beautiful sword, which is called a Hanwei is the company. Hanwei Tinker Pierce Longsword. Tinker Pierce is the maker. Hanwei is the company that put it together, but it's a Tinker Pierce design. And it is a beautiful longsword. It's a live sharp. Love using it. And I'm like, this is amazing. Eventually I want to pick up a second one, because if you make a mistake, so if you're cutting hard targets, you need a precise cut angle. If you twist it while you're cutting, which if you're not very experienced, you might do, or if you just make a mistake, or if, like, I was using the false edge where you kind of come backwards, cutting a water bottle and accidentally clipped the 4x4 post and cleaved off a big piece of the 4x4, the sword's fine. But essentially, mistakes like that, simple mistakes, if you're using fancy or different cuts, you can, in fact, damage the blade, twist it, bend it. So I want a second backup because I love the way it handles. It's discontinued. I can't get it anymore. But anyway, Black Knight, because he has a long sword, it made me think of my long sword, and I was very sad. What type of martial arts, sir? Have you ever used katanas? I have used katana. I don't have a lot of experience with them, swinging them in the air mainly. Jin, which is a Chinese straight sword, is my #1 blade. I also use Dao, which is a single-edged Chinese sword, as well as the longer two-handed Chinese single-edged sword. I have some experience with fencing, like foil, epee, and rapier. Not a ton. And I have some longsword experience in the air, not sparring. Sparring-wise, mostly it's been Jin and fencing, like foil fencing. But type of martial arts. So I've studied various types, but what I teach is kind of its own customized blend of systems based upon my last teacher, who kind of blended his experience together. So it's like it's got its own custom name, but it's very similar or in the same vein as what you would see with Jeet Kune Do. Technically, you can classify it as mixed martial arts. We don't, but technically you can classify it at that. It uses the philosophy within Jeet Kune Do of simplifying movements and getting directly to the point. So we don't do forms, we don't do belts. We train for street encounters, and we basically try to find the most efficient and effective way to get there, and then we pressure test it. And then each individual who studies the art finds how their body moves mechanically the best and optimizes its use. So we don't all look the exact same. We have a very similar way of fighting. We have philosophy, tactics, timing, and distancing that's all the same, but each person customizes it. So if you're big, you leverage your strength and your resilience to being struck. If you're smaller and light and fast, you utilize your speed and positioning. So like it's all about maximizing the efficiency for the fighter. So it's adaptable. But yeah, I guess mixed martial arts is close enough. Anyway, love it. Love it, love it, love it. It's fun stuff. But yeah, one problem I have about this game, there's 287 characters. So many of them are so good. I wish that Marvel Future Fight Netmarble would change it to where you could use any character. If you max build them, if there's like AB Blast Mail, any Blast Mail in the game should be able to be used if you maximize their build. There are so many cool characters, but a lot of them are completely unusable. Black Knight is a prime example. He's such a cool character. He's got a neat design. I like the weapon. Like, it just, he looks neat. Granted, the cloak is impractical, but he's still a cool character. Where do you use him? Like, seriously, where does he have any value in the entire game? So you have this really cool character and zero use. You all know this is a struggle for me because I waste materials on him. Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi is one of my top 3 favorite Marvel characters. You know, Doctor Strange, Magneto, Shang-Chi. Top 3 favorites. Where can you use him? Nowhere. I don't care. I still gave him a Mighty Rage. I've got a 4-star type match artifact. Maxed out ISO. Right? Tier 4. Everything. All these Odin's blessings that are amplified. Like, it's a complete waste. Rank 19. He's not usable anywhere. But I love the character. And it's frustrating that I can't use him. Like, I really, really, really wish we would change and not have it where there's worthless characters. Especially with a roster of 287 characters. Like, come on. Like, how many of these characters, like, there's maybe, like, 20 characters in the game that you basically use, and the rest are, if they're not support and lead, they're basically worthless. They just sit there. They work for Shadowland tokens. But, I mean, think about some of these characters. Like, where do you use them at all? Like, some fall off, but some have never been. Like Fandral. When have you ever used Fandral anywhere? Hellcat, anywhere. Yeah, we had our kids taking class for a bit. I think the instructor did his own remixed version of Kempo specifically. Oh, cool. He needs a uniform. Black Knight, yeah. I mean, I like his design, but yeah, as he stands right now, he's just not usable. It's a shame. Icon, pretty much worthless. Karnak has always been worthless. Katie's got some leadership, but for Shang-Chi, and what does that really do? Kid Kaiju now has an artifact, but you're not really going to use him either. It's like so many of these characters. Korath, worthless. Like, Misty Knight's leadership. Mordo's basically worthless. Scorpion, Silk, essentially worthless. Like, a lot of these characters, Vulture, worthless. Clea has never gotten her day. She needs a uniform so bad. She's such a great character. Obviously, Doctor Strange. But yeah, I've got her artifact. I got her maxed out. And I got her with at least everything Uru-wise, all 6-star and amplified. I will Odin's blessing her at some point. Originally, I had the Transcendence thing, because apparently I used to be decent with her, but I just gave her like the mini proc deal with the rage or anger proc, as I like to call it. But yeah, like, there's just so many characters that are just wasted, and I really, really wish there was more places to use them or have more reasons to have such a fleshed out roster. I just, like I said, this whole, I mean, I get why they do it, right? If we are forced to build the meta, we're constantly required, and we can't just sit on our favorite characters, right? That makes sense. But I don't like it. I don't like the fact that we're forced into characters. I don't like the fact we can't use our favorites. Like, if you have a favorite character, like, what if Hulkling's your favorite character? Let us use him. Make him AB, be able to AB, or at least GBR and World Boss or something. I don't know. This locking characters in the niches, and then, like, again, what is it? And I don't know for sure, but maybe 20 characters you actually use. Like, I could go through my roster, which I won't. Like, all 287 characters, I guarantee there's over 250 that I don't touch for anything but Shadowlands at all. Like, not used for anything. And that's just, it drives me nuts, man. It just drives me nuts. I do like the new sweep function, though. That's kind of cool. How's everyone doing today? What are your thoughts? What are you working on? What are your goals for the 11th anniversary? You know, I might do some artifact pulls. See if I can't get anything good or decent after I do some auto clears. I always like to do the auto clears, and I love that we can stack up the energy now, because I usually always burn through all my energy, and now that they threw a ton at us and allowed us to stack it. It's the first time I've had actual energy. I'm usually at 0 energy, and I've got to wait for it to recharge. Hello, Jiraiya. Good to see you again. Hey, how's it going? It's going pretty good. Just talking about the 11th anniversary update, some of the choices. Talking about I wish characters are more usable, and we have too many dead characters that are pretty much worthless. I do like that team battle, Netherworld battle, do reward you for having a widely built roster for PvP, just isn't as rewarding. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. 'Tis fair. Give me a second. I'm feeling a little dizzy and lightheaded. This is not good. How are we doing? I mean, I just had skier. Oh. 1 second. Yeah, 154. I don't know why I'm lightheaded and dizzy right now. Let me drink some water. Maybe that'll help. Haha, what are you talking? We got Shadowland where every character counts. Right, that's what I was saying, only Shadowlands. Pretty much for the tokens and stuff. But I mean, aside from Shadowlands, like I wish you could use any character you wanted for World Boss or AB. Like if they fit the restriction, you should be able to max build them, give them a Brilliant Rage, whatever artifact, Odin's Blessings. You should be able to use any character. I don't like that it forces you to chase the meta. It's part of the game design, but I just don't like it. There was a glitch where we could see Moon Knight's uniform. If you could just review his leaked stats, I could choose Moon Knight over Hulk from the tier 4 selector. That will be expired in 3 days. So Moon Knight is speed, Hulk is combat. So Moon Knight is not going to replace Hulk. He's going to replace Winter Soldier if he's meta, which we're assuming he will be because he's been meta before. So he'll probably come back into the meta. I have no idea how easy he will be to use, but I know Hulk is pretty easy. He's very much a rage character, but just something to keep in mind. Sandcar Hush. I'll come back to Otherworld Battle, do some of the stuff offline. Oh, did I stay with rank 1? Oh, it's calculating. I don't know. I'm having panic attacks while I'm watching you, and I'm trying to calm down. You said you're getting dizzy. Hope you're okay. Why are you having panic attacks? I hope you're all right. Yeah, I hope I'm okay, too. I don't know why I'm getting dizzy. I don't think my pulse is elevated. Hold on. Let me check my pulse. Watch it be my tachycardia popping in again. And getting old sucks. Don't get old. Exercise regularly. Eat healthy. One second. Doesn't seem to be my pulse. My pulse is in the 70s. Sorry, 1 second. Gotta wait for it to bzzzt. I have a health anxiety disorder, that's why. Yeah, 77. Yeah, I don't know. I have a health anxiety disorder, that's why, and I get panic attacks randomly. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I do too. I have both social anxiety and just panic attacks in general. Fun stuff. Not easy to deal with. Wow, I also have health anxiety. Wow, all three of us, we've got something in common. Thanks. For sweeps in Multiverse Saga without playing, do we need above VIP 1? I don't know, because I'm a VIP 13. That's a very good question. Huh. Does anyone know that off the top of their head? If you need VIP 1 or above? Yeah, Shadowland technically, makes everyone valuable, but the tokens are such a slow drop, it's kind of frustrating. I agree. I also wish that the autoplay would kick in more. Timeline is going to be an offline thing. I'll help Master Joe full. Why not? I'll always got people inviting me during my lives, but screw it. Screw it. Let's just go. Let's just do it. Uh-oh. Well, that was short-lived. As long as he continues to run, he will still have his 3 folks, so he should be fine. He should be able to solo it. I know Master Joe Full. Good guy. He streams, too. So we have some world boss we got to do. Alliance battle. Open rift. We'll do the rift later. World boss. And then if anyone wants account feedback, that seems to be a popular request. Feel free to ask after I get some things caught up. I know last time there's some people asking for feedback and I ran out of time, so I was like, yeah, I gotta go. Don't have a lot of time today. My name is Jeff. This guy's cracking me up. 11th year anniversary. Emblem collection. I probably should work on that some more, get it up higher. Trying to focus on most useful artifacts, but also trying to make sure I get everything leveled up as high as I can. I wonder, do I? Oh, I do have enough. Interesting. What's this one do again? Oh, that's for physical attack. Should work on the all attacks first, probably. This is an all attack, and this one, nope, the other way. What? No, not next to each other. Okay. 7.3. Increase all basic attacks. 7.5, and that's a 15. 7.3, increase all basic attacks. So they're all basic attacks. So these two, I guess, are identical, unless I'm missing something. If I max this out, I can get to 17, and that's 7.8. But if I do this one, I can get to 2-star and get to 955. That's a better option, so I'm going to actually do this one. Yay, more all attack. I could have tier 4 Jeff, but I don't enjoy the way the game keeps pushing PvP. I understand that, but actually Jeff is also very good for World Boss. In fact, I don't think you need him tier 4 for PvP. So if you want to use him for World Boss as a support character for your hero teams, that'll actually help push. I have 2 artifact selectors from Bingo. Do you recommend going DPS or support artifacts? In my opinion, certain characters that are support are prime options if they go on multiple teams. And so there's 3 types of artifacts to consider. Support artifacts that make them better supports, which is usually my suggested go-to. DPS, because I think PvE is more important because of farming. And then PvP, because some of the artifact things are 100% required. Hey, Axel Max, welcome. Good to see you, man. So in my opinion, I would look for artifacts like Satana's, or you should have Mbaku because his was free. But even Jeff's artifact is worth getting because it makes him a better support for heroes. But I can't remember all the best support artifacts, actually. Let me go to this. Nope, it's not here. Where is it at? Where is that? Yeah, so Jeff's is a good one, right? So all superheroes, it increases all basic attacks by 20%. It's like a built-in support ability just by having the artifact, putting them on the team. Then you have, I'm trying to think of some of the ones that I know are good for supports. Let's look at M'Baku. See, this is a great one here. Again, same thing like Jeff's, but it's all allies, so mainly heroes and villains. And then you have Satana's got a good one. This is Universal Types, has the 20%. Who else is a good support? I think Valkyrie's got a good one, I think. Let me double check. Don't quote me until I pull it up. Yeah, makes her better support. I don't think we need Coulson's. Oh yeah, superhero allies specifically, but Coulson's got one too. Things like that are worth considering, like if I really need to put a list together. But artifacts that support that for characters that go on multiple teams or used on many days makes them a better support, so that helps your DPS anyway. Where your DPS is only going to be for your DPS, and the DPS sometimes get replaced. Support characters will always be support characters. So in my personal humble opinion, ooh. In my personal 11111, nah. Of course, I gotta do one more. Thanks. In my personal humble opinion, support's a better option than DPS. Again, it's your account. Do what you want, but that's what I would do, Dry. All right, so we've got some timelines. We got some alliance battle. Let's timeline battle first. Oh no, that's separate. That's autoplay offline. Let's do world boss. Hello, welcome. Kardaki. Oh, you've been here before. Good to see you again. Welcome, welcome. What have you been up to? How's Axel Max doing too? How you guys? How's everyone? See, with the swords, I'm bingoing specifically for the swords. See, all I need is the gold. Once I get the gold, I've got max card set. Maxed sword set, and then I can focus on re-rolling the swords to where I want them, and then that means I can start buying some P cards with the rest of my crystals. Swan, Black Swan. Come on, Swan. Grinding for materials, I get that. Ooh, it's discount. I might need to look at some of the other ones. I don't think I need it for her. I don't think. Snow, Luna Snow. Okay. Luna Snow it up. All right. Let's do this thing. See how far we can get. See what we can do. Oh, I can't use you on this team, but I need Luna Snow. Who else are we gonna put here? Filler. Skrit, throw in the filler. Because I don't think any of them has got a leadership works to you, then. Your leadership ain't gonna do anything good for anyone. That's a self-leadership, right? No. Allies. All allies. 30% increase of energy attack. That's actually a better option. Let me throw her in here instead. Let's see what we can do. Grinding for materials for my next tier 4. Who are you gonna tier 4 next? When we are getting anniversary crystals. Well, they've been giving us anniversary crystals periodically if you cash in those cards. But beyond that, I think we're waiting for that event to be over for additional ones. Might be on the forums. I don't remember off the top of my head when we're supposed to get the big boost. No clue, because when this update dropped, I had enough 24 both Storm and Captain America, so it's probably going to be a support character. Okay, fair enough. This plays a lot smoother on that max performance. I'm glad they added that. Oops, wasted that 6. Autocorrect. Gotta love autocorrects. Yeah. Oh, why couldn't I run past you? That makes no sense. Cheater. Cheater, pumpkin eater. Again. Oh. By mistake, I give liberation to my Colossus. I mean, that's not really necessarily a mistake. Which is good CTP for PvP, Insider Liberation. Both have value. What you want is you want to make sure you're rolling, obviously, the support skill for the top stat. But both Liberation and Insight are support CTPs, so they can work for your PvP teams. Colossus is a fine option. Typically what you want to do is reforge them, though, so that you can get that top stat so you can re-roll it. Mighty or Brilliant, obviously Brilliant's better, but having a Mighty support CTP. But if you read what it actually does on the, and I'll pull that up here in a second when I clear this, yeah, just depends if you want to focus on PvE or PvP. Personally, I think PvE options are better because that's how you grind the materials. PvP is more competitive, and typically to stay competitive you have to spend real life money. Of course you're gonna dash away again. Okay, nothing's gonna work. I like it when nothing works. That makes me so happy. This is going to be kind of close. I don't know if I like this. This is going to be too close. I don't know if this is smart or not. 20 seconds, 8 bars. Oh, and I got to avoid all these stupid attacks. I don't know if this is happening. I don't know if I can clear this. This ain't happening. Man, that's frustrating. That is so frustrating. Here, let me pull these up really quick. Actually, I want to use double support, but my Colossus have Mighty Liberation, and now I can't give insight to Hela because she is good with liberation. I mean, insight or liberation, it really doesn't matter if you're using a support character. It's kind of like either one. I mean, look what they're actually doing, right? Obviously, mighties are the better. So, if we re-roll this, trying to get it to, oh yes, the auto one. That's what I want. Change option. There we go. This is what I want. So with these top stats, right, there's two basic things that you can get out of liberation. Both apply to all allies. This one on the left here is hit points are increased and you're decreasing chain hit. On the right here, you're increasing damage dealt. So on the right, this is for PvE. On the left, this is for PvP. So liberation, you're going to pick one of the top two stats. Idealistically, you want the max stat if you can get that. The other thing that liberation is doing is this stuff down here at the bottom. So guard break immunity and recovery rate increase. So guard break immunity is basically mostly for PvP. That makes a huge difference. Increase all basic attacks and defenses. So you're just getting an attack bonus, period. And remember here, the effect that applies to all team members cannot be applied in duplicate. So this is going to be all allies, right? At the top here. Applies to all allies. This is all allies here that are going to get this stuff. It just can't stack. So like you can't have two liberations and get the bonus from both. You get one or the other. The top stat, if it's different, you can apply both. So if you have two liberations in the same team, have two different top stats, that can apply to both. But the bottom one, whichever one's higher, will apply. And then an activation rate of 10% chance when attacking, and this applies to all allies. All damage against destruction, justice, and instinct characters is increased. So this here is more focused on PvP. So on a whole, your liberation has more value with PvP unless you pick the right top stat. So keep that in mind. Insight. I don't think I have... I think all my mighty insights are equipped. Who has my mighty insight? I think Valkyrie might have one. I think. If not, White Fox should have a mighty one. Nope, you have a normal one. Yeah, you have a liberation. Who else might have it? I don't think Coulson does he? I've got 3 somewhere here. I'll just have to open up my extra tab. Give me 1 second to open the tab for it. On my Google Drive, I track what I have on everyone. I just thought I knew off the top of my head, and clearly I do not. CTP count. All right, where's my insights? Dazzler and Agent Venom are my only 2. Huh, I thought I had more than that. So Dazzler here, mighty. So all allies increase basic damage dealt to all boss types. And at the bottom here, you have your hit points that are increased. You have all basic defenses increased. And then you have increased basic damage dealt, which your damage dealt is scalable, but you want this to be at your 20%. So you want the double 20 superheroes and villains. So one is like increased damage dealt, one is increased all attacks. So they kind of work side by side with an insight and a liberation together. But for the most part, these CTPs are designed to help. Let me see if I hit the change option and go up here. So with this one, you have the one on the left, which is increased basic damage dealt to boss types, which is real good for PvE. And then you also have decreased additional pierce received, which is technically good for PvP. So again, you have a choice between the two. Most of us try to go with the one on the left-hand side. So who they go on, I mean, it's a support thing that pops off for your main character. So you're not really getting stuff out of insight or out of liberation for the character it's on. The purpose of putting it on a character is that character is a support character, and it gives them additional advantages to being on a team so that you can give support stats to that main DPS character. Does that make sense? Actually, I want to use double support, but my Coulson have mighty liberation, and now I can't give insight to Hela because she is good with liberation. But Hela is not good with insight because insight doesn't have attack. I mean, yeah, I guess I see what you're getting at there, because it gives that character some extra attack. But I would argue Hela is better off with giving her a destruction or an energy even, and using her against a world boss. If you're using her purely for support, I mean, the other option, of course, is to always spend the crystals, and I really got to get some liberations on my characters. You'd always try to unequip some, too. I know it costs crystals, but if you made a mistake, you'd always burn the crystals. I don't know what your crystal situation is. This is the best time of the year to buy crystals if you're going to buy them, though. I guess my biggest thing when I hear liberation on Colossus is not the end of the world, but it depends on how many liberations you have and what your ultimate end goals are. And when you say Hela is not good with an insight because insight doesn't have attack, what are you using Hela for? If you're just using her for the support ability, I don't really think it matters for her. If you're actually using her, I don't think she's going to do as well with having a liberation if you're actually playing with her. I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference. If you give her a proc, you'll see a big spike in her usage in World Boss. But aside from World Boss, which there's better options anyway than Hela, I wouldn't worry about it too much personally. But that's, again, that's just my opinion. Ah, yes, World Boss. We're trying to swan it up. I don't know what else I can do here. I mean, I could try to play on my phone instead. I could try to put Luna on this team to see if my Storm could carry, because the main thing is to have... Yeah. Let me try this to see if I can get Storm to carry Luna, because I think Storm does a little bit better. Hopefully I can get through this with Storm. We'll have to play up here, though. Is my fan getting picked up in the microphone, by the way? Hopefully you're not hearing a... But if you are, let me know and I'll redirect it. I'm going to go ahead and save my 6 here, because I think I'm going to... Yeah, smart. There we go. Oof, not good. Oh, come on. That's bull. I knew that was going to happen as soon as I got stunned there, too. Should have swapped over to Luna for a second. I thought I avoided it. Man, this is frustrating on these levels. And I probably should switch to my phone when I'm playing World Bosses, but I didn't, and I'm not gonna. I really think this max setting things is not as laggy as could be. Although I'm gonna have to switch to my phone in a second here anyway. To do infinite open mode. Because it does make a difference on that for sure. Pause the game. I don't think I hear the fan, but the game could also be masking it. I have only one insight and a mighty liberation in Colossus, and I'm thinking unequip lib and give it to Hela. Where are you using Hela that you think... Well, I mean, Colossus is obviously PvP only, so I would not... If you're that limited on CTP support CTPs, I would not give it to Colossus anyway. But Hela, why Hela? Like, there's so many better options. Is there even a day that Hela is usable for a support? Yeah, with Mephisto, Universal Villain. I can hear it, but it's negligible. Okay, fair. See, if I go like a Dece, how about now? Is that less at least? Sup. Hello, Rebiz. Welcome. Hela and Colossus make good sports together. For where? Where are you using Hela and Colossus at? Timeline battle? Ugh. But how what rank are you really getting in for timeline battle that it's worth using your only CTP or your only CTPs on just for timeline? Like, timeline, you're only playing 5 times a day, and it's like, I don't know. To me, I personally wouldn't do it. It's your account, though. And honestly, in that case, I mean, you're not using Hela's attack. You're putting her there for the support. But if you want to swap it, it's your account. It's your crystals. I mean, it's not like there's zero logic behind having a liberation on Hela and then an insight on Colossus, but I don't know. I feel like it's a waste. I really do. I'm just going to switch just in case I'm not dying again. I still don't know how that little zap across the screen actually ended up catching me. Pisses me off. Because it wasn't even a blade twister that time. It was that little zap thing. The little red bar that shoots that little bolt of lock you up and freeze BS cheat move. I am playing with a controller, by the way. USB controllers for the win! Really wish they would port this game to, like, Steam or something so you can use a USB controller. I know, with the whole gacha game platform, it seems to be phone only, but I don't like it. I think the sound is about the same. Okay, fair. Oof. Well, that's not good. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's... Okay, we're going to run over in this corner. Apparently you're not going to chase me. That's fine. I saw this product It basically encases the mic in foam. I like the idea, but my mic picks up at the end, not the side, so I don't think it would help me. Yeah, see, with more professional microphones, they're one directional. See, I've got an Audio Technica, and it only receives from here. So if I talk on this side, you can hear me. But if I talk back here, it's muted and muffled, because even though it can still pick up, it's a one-directional microphone, so you usually put a pop filter in front of it. Those foam boxes are ripoffs. If you have nothing else, it can help, but it's better to soundproof the room. Curtains or cloths or actual audio foam. There's like actual acoustic foam that you can put on your walls. Setting it up and being in a booth is better than that little box. I just know that if the fan blows directly into the microphone, it can sometimes hear it. So having a little bit in the background, y'all can get over it. I'm not dying of heat stroke over here because of how hot it is with it being summer. Summer. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good. Ooh. That's what I wanted, is I wanted to get this in when I broke the blue bar like that. Yes. Come on. Come on, 1 minute. We can do this. Storm, you have to do this. You are mistress of the elements. You are worshipped as a goddess for a reason. Your powers are uncanny. Ooh, 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 ooh. Stupid, stupid, stupid move. Okay. Yes. Bow before the power of storm. 35 seconds. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do it. Ooh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Ooh. That's not good. That's not good either. Come on. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. One more big burst. One more big burst. Come on. Don't let him do... Yes, right here. Let's do this. Break it down. 8, 7... Oh, don't lose momentum now. Don't you dare. If you get shielded again, you're gonna lose. 4, 3. Come on, burst. No. No. Oh. Oh. Woosa. Worry Stone. Fidget spinner. Take the stress. Take the stretch. Stress. The phone boxes also have little to nothing in reviews. I don't trust anything if it doesn't have 500 or more. I do like the idea, but no. Buno for me. Her powers are uncanny. I see what you did there. Wow, that was so close. Yeah, it's frustrating. It's probably the slight bit of lag that I'm having from see my chat? Uh-oh. Helicloss make good support, sup, timeline battle. So tell me two good support for timeline. I don't think double support's the way to go, honestly. And again, like, how high are you really pushing that it makes it worth using it on, right? So, for example, timeline battle, I'm not using supports at all. I'm going all out attack. And right now, what is my ranking? Vibranium. Are you in Vibranium League? With your double support? Like, don't get me wrong. It's not like there's not characters that do good with double support. I mean, my current rank is 11,000, 78%, right? Current points, 955. I've got 4 wins, 6 losses. Win streak right now is just 1, so it's not like I'm, like, cleaning up over here. You're Vibranium too? I mean, like I said, if it's worth it to you, it's worth it to you. Fight you. What's your in-game name again? Aren't you on my friends list? think you had me add you because you wanted me to keep fighting you online. Thank you. Yep, I don't use supports in timeline. I stay top 30% in Vibranium. If I do supports, it's Colossus for damage reduction. Yeah, I mean, I've used Colossus before, too. I just wouldn't use Hela. Even with your missing one support CTP. I mean, basically, your support character is getting wiped out, which, by the way, you might as well set your damage dealer to be Sentry. I mean, your Sentry did take out my Sentry. Because I think before my Sentry was cleaning your whole team out. So far, so good. I'm running Hela, Jeff, and Sentry in timeline. Jeff is very niche, but yeah. Jeff is a good option for Sentry. 100% good option. You did take out 2 of my team members, so I mean, you have improved for sure. I just have never been a fan of supports. I just am not. I know that so this is the team I'm running, but technically speaking, as an example, I think this team would do better than if I double supported it. I also don't have a lot thrown into my Sentry. My Sentry has a piss poor build too. But I could Jeff it up. There's Colossus. I think that's a good option. Colossus is usually my go-to support. American Chavez is a good support for PvP as well. I don't think my Colossus is down here, is he? Thought he was. Isn't he? Isn't Colossus a tier 3? Or is he transcended? Guess he's transcended. Yep. Yeah. See, I don't know why everyone's such a big fan of Hela for support. I mean, it's not like she doesn't have any support ability at all. Agent Venom or Hela, who is more worthy for Mighty Liberation? So Agent Venom is for Null. If you're not using Null, then it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I think your Sentry's just built better than mine, man. Because even with double support, you're taking out my Sentry. I'm kind of curious how you have your Sentry built. Yeah, you're taking like no damage. That's insane. Yeah, you got this one for sure. But just as an example, a double support Sentry versus a double support Sentry, yours is winning, but 3 damage dealers with no supports at all is taking out your Sentry. Even what you see what I'm saying? Like, so, I don't know. It's just you play it how you want to play it. I just don't think the timeline rewards, in my opinion, don't seem to be worth it. That's just me. So I personally don't put anything onto it, but that's me. Oh, what are you picking on poor Jeff for? You're so mean. So mean. Yeah, you just have a better built Sentry in a hole. But that's also why I go this route. See, my Sentry, I do have a Brilliant Conquest. I do have his artifact. It's not a type match, and it's only a 4-star. Got a Poa. And this is what I got. That's it. Only 41 for the Serpent. I got some hit points and stuff here, but I don't really have a lot thrown on him. I don't focus on PvP. I never have, and I probably never will. Let's see what you got going on. I can't remember off the top of my head. You got a Mighty. Solid. Tight match. Also 4-star at plus 10. 165. Nice. Yeah. I mean, all Odin's blessings. Yeah. You got a stacked Odin's blessing sentry. So, of course, that makes a lot of sense. But I mean, it's your choice. You know, it's your account. Like I said, you gotta build and play your account the way you think is best. Ah, come on. Let me finish and get to the next board. I need my last sword. I guess I'm ready for switching over to my phone. Hopefully it'll be smooth and not glitchy, because I rebooted my computer before streaming and everything is closed down right now besides for Chrome, because I need it up. And OBS. Everything else is shut down, so there's no resources bleeding out. So let me grab my phone. Let me get my fan. Oh, I can finally show you what my fan looks like. So, the Vecchia. It's a dual turbine. So this stretches around your phone, and you have a USB to both power the fan and for the bottom. So what I'll do here, I'll show you how to check this out. First, let me link to Windows and do not disturb, and I will boot up the game. So let me close out of LD Player to, again, not use resources unnecessarily. While that is booting up, I'm going to take this, and I have a very long cable, and you plug it in at the bottom here, so then it instantly turns on. You'll see the blue light there at the bottom, and the fans are spinning. And this bottom plate here will get ice cold like almost instantly. And then what you're going to do here is you take this and you stretch it around your phone like this, and it clips on. And it basically cools the back of the phone on the plate, and then you can just play normally. Let me pull up phone link real quick. There we go. So now we're on the phone, and we got the cooling fan running in the background. Let's see if I turn on the sound, if it's going to do that skippy thing. So far, so good. Let's see if it's nice and smooth. So we're going to go over here to Arena, Alliance Battle. So far, smooth, yes. Try Otherworld. I want to see how my team works. What do you mean, try Otherworld? If you look up Colossus, avatar of Sidorak, he gets the gem the Juggernaut uses. I would love that look when he gets a tier. Yeah, that would be cool. All right, so I don't know the best. I don't know. Probably going to switch this over to at least electric based. I don't know if Type Match is supposed to be better or not. Still argue this is the best team. So far, it looks smooth. So maybe rebooting is what I need to do. You can fight in Otherworld Battle, too? Still smooth? A little bit on the loud side, though. Let me turn that down just a tad. I'll definitely look that up, or you can send me it on Discord, up to you. My phone will feel like a warm cup of coffee after playing for a while, which is why I got the cooling device. I'll clear this boss. Next boss is always the one, Gore is always the one that I end up getting the first purple charge bar, and I have to avoid getting hit. Pretty consistent with my score and how I pushed today. Yep, there we go. There's the purple bar stuff building. I just gotta move around him so he doesn't slash me, and continue to pummel him. It should be the last boss I can clear right here. And as always, I'll end up about 29. Hopefully I can hit my 30 mil again. I do hit 30 million sometimes. I'm not consistent on hitting 30 mil, but hopefully I can do it this time. Oh, that's not good. At least I didn't get hit. Could have been worse. Oh, move, 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 move. Okay. Darn, that should have cleared him there. A little bit of a waste. There's my 29. Man, my skills are not going off. They keep dodging away from me, probably just to piss me off. No, do not get hit. Okay. Come on, dude. Going up and down there, I should have hit 30. That pisses me off. Ugh. Some bullshit right there. 29872 and 0. Because there's no other scores for today, just that one. Man, that's frustrating. Cannot wait to get my last sword. I'll regularly get over 30 mil. What's up, Blaze? Hey, Andrew, good to see you. Welcome. Sorry I was in the middle of playing. Are you able to give me option on my card set? Looking to make a PvE and PvP set if it makes sense. 2 different sets. Do not do a hybrid set. Hybrid sets are horrible. But yeah, I can give you an opinion. Let me do this real quick run of World Boss because it's driving me nuts. So I'm going to try World Boss one more time. And then, yeah, give me your in-game name and I will give you my opinion. Please keep in mind, as my disclaimer, this is just my opinion. This is the way I would go about it, what my thoughts are. But please weigh heavily and consider before you decide on an actual course of action. Because, yeah, it's just opinion-based. Chat? What about chat? Opinion. Oh, I figured you meant opinion. I read what I see. Hey, Bob, good to see you. Match instinct better for ABL? Good to know. I thought that was the case, Bob Sarge, but I wasn't sure. By the way, special shout out to Bob Sarge. Bob Sarge also does YouTube videos here as well. If you're on Twitch, go to YouTube for him. He is easily one of the top 10, if not top 15 best AB players in the world. Like, seriously, like, this dude's insane. Today, I've seen him score 40 million with his Storm. 40. Not 30, 40. Granted, I've seen a couple other people do it too, but he's insane. So yeah, if you don't know who Bob Sarge is, now you do. Bob Sarge is awesome. Definitely check out his content. Chat, opinion, you got this. I hope so. I hope so. I hope that was the thing keeping me is the phone deal. And it looks like it's smooth, like I said. So apparently the special secret was just restarting my computer before I stream. Had too much stuff running in the background, taking up system resources. Should have switched to Striker with Ghost Rider. Bob Sarge, if you are still around, Gambit as the Striker for Storm. That's usually who I do for Type Match, for Instinct. Who do you recommend? I mean, my best is 43 million with Storm. Fair. I know I saw you do 40. I did not know you went to 43. Ooh, nice combo there with all the skills as we tear down. Nice. Now, hopefully I can heal up because I took a lot of damage. Now, Storm does have a built-in heal, but it's not super strong, so you still got to pay careful attention. I'm good. I'm healed. All right. Let's run around. Run around because she's going to hit the ground, hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. And then over in the corner, and then run away from the corner, and then you have this whole arena to run around in. I'm going to pop, 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 pop. Take down that red bar as much as I can. Maybe. Okay. Now she's going to hit the ground again. I will break her down as soon as she jumps into this corner. So then we go in this corner. And look at this. Whole arena to run around in. Don't let the rocks work against you. Use the rocks against her. Oof. Corner time. Again, see if we can't knock this down. Probably not. Oh, we can! We can! Take advantage! Kick her butt, Storm! I don't know why I'm shouting it. I guess I'm getting excited. In the center. We're going to run around. 3, 1, 2, and 3. Go and kick some butt while the bars come from the outside. 3 sets. 1 set. 2 set. And 3 set. Oop, I got hit anyway. Cut her down. Now we can go in and out of the bubbles here. I might die. Ooh, I might die. Nope. Healing. Healing saved me. Healing saved me. Good Storm. Alright. Look at how much of a difference this is. Could you imagine if I would have used Ghost Rider with his old uniform as the striker? I might have had this cleared by now. Let this be a lesson to you, because even on max settings, it is better to play on your phone than an emulator. The lag will hurt you. Remember I was struggling clearing this? And now look. No, move. No! Okay, whew, that could have been bad. Whoa, what are you doing? Cheating twice in a row. You're supposed to hit the ground first. Cheater, take that. Storm says, begone! Blaze check Discord, obviously after this battle. Abso-freaking-lutely. I have Discord closed, but I will open it for later. Thor or Gambit end up the same anyways. Fair, I'll use Thor because I like him better anyway. What is the in-game name of Bob? I thought it is Bob Sarge. Let me go to my friends list, because he's my friend. He's my special friend. Hopefully saying it that way makes you feel extremely awkward, because that's my intent. As awkward as I can make you feel in the stream means I've served its purpose. I can't see. I thought it is Bob Sarge. Let's see if I recognize his name. He might have unfriended me. I don't think he did. Are you on my friends list? Oh. What's your in-game name? Did you unfriend me, Bob? Rude. I knew it. Play every day and always send you stuff, and you removed me. Yeah, he removed me. But you can usually... He's going to be in one of the top scores here. If he ran today. Did you not run today? He must not have run today. Or he changed his in-game name. Not. Didn't you used to be on my friends list? I missed you already? Let me, I'd say you're usually in the top 20. I could have sworn you were on my friends list at one time. I think you unfriended me. I think you're a meanie butt. Huodongla. Is it Bob Super Lucky? Is that you now? Did you change your name to Bob Super Lucky? This is probably him here. Obviously. Obviously. That's my Snape impression. You're welcome. So yeah, there you go. There's the Bob Sarge. Oh, he's doing the double sport too. He's doing it with Hela and Ebony Maw. But again, see, insight on Hela. Look, insight on Hela. Cardi Key, you see that? You don't need to have Liberation on Hela. Liberation's on the Ebony Maw. He is using Hela. But he's using Ebony Maw and not Colossus. And has the insight on Hela and the Liberation on Ebony Mall. So I'm just saying, you don't have to pull it off of Colossus. 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 Let me try one more time. Ooh, crap. Oh, wait. Somebody wanted a card opinion. Are you still here, Ann? Okay, that's your in-game name? Okay. Let me give you feedback. Well, let me finish this and switch back to the computer so I can actually see. But I will give you feedback. Hang around. Stick around. Be awesome. Order up. Let's see if we can do 30 mil. Hey Blaze. Sevek, good to see you. Sevek. Ebony for a AT. There you go. What about Timeline Battle? How's it going? It's going all right. Look at his Colossus, please. The customer support hit me back, by the way. What did they say? They told me to F off. Good, you deserve it. Politely. Yeah, you deserve it. I don't have CTP on Colossus. No need to see. There you go. Bob, what CTP is on your Colossus? Like he said, he has none. Okay. Imagine opening 11 chests and getting a single regen. Imagine gambling and getting randoms from your gamble and being upset about it. Bob is insight work at hella. You're the type of guy that goes to a gambling casino, bets $2,000, loses every penny, and then complains to the casino that you didn't win anything, aren't you? Okay, moving on. We pop. Oof. Still smooth. Yeah, that reset did help. I think your alliance is my old alliance, Bob. They stopped talking to me, that's why I left. They stopped helping me, too. They, like, ignored me. I'm like, I don't know what I did wrong. But since they ignored me, I'm like, I'll see about something else. I'm going to start my own alliance. Feel free to let me know what I'm doing wrong, aside from moving my fingers too slowly, since you have an inhuman speed with your ability to play this game. No! Move! Oof. No, move. Okay. Phew. Oh, I didn't move. I got hit, didn't I? No, I didn't. Cool. Whew, I don't know how I dodged that. Probably killed her before it popped. Oh, I dashed. Did not mean to dash there. Now he's going to jump. I'm just going to wait in the corner. Pop up here. All right, we are on a roll, dude. I don't know what he's attacking with. Okay. I hate when he's that far away from doing his attacks. Man, oh, I have time. I have time. And I can't use my one. Of course I can't use my one. Oof, that could have been bad. Oh, here we go, here we go! 30 mil right on the corner. This is the boss I can't kill, by the way, Bob Sarge, if you're still here. He's going to do his big super attack here in a second. Okay, there it is. There it is. Oh, get out of the way. All right, there's my 30 mil again. It is a lot easier. No! Oof. With a tight match, isn't it? Oh my goodness. I almost killed that boss. Holy crap. I've never almost cleared it. That was a huge difference using Thor. So yeah, in the future, I guess I know what I need to do. So let's go ahead and increase my score to where it's supposed to be. 30192,526. 30 mil, 192,526. There we go. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. What I said earlier about Otherworld Battle, perfect example. A lot of metas are banned, but I never deconstructed Warlock or Jean, so they have utility this week. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, Bob gives great advice, by the way. Yeah. Listen to him. Like, seriously. Like, I listen to him. Listen to Bob. Let me open LD Player again, and let me turn off my thing over here. Whew. Man, my phone is still hot right now, even with the cooling unit on it. It's still really, really freaking hot. Now I'll do that review for you, by the way, if you're still here. I'll look at your cards, because you asked for card feedback, so I'll give you feedback. Let me catch up and chat. Imagining about Bob is Insight work on Hela. Both Lib and Insight works, just Lib is usually better. And which CTP is for Colossus? Lib is better, but people use Insight on him to pair with other characters. Yeah, there I made mistake. I gave him Lib, now I have to unequip it for Hela. I don't have Ebony, that's why Hela. Ah, you didn't fight me in Own. Yeah, not gonna happen. Andrew, please confirm you're still here, and I'll pull up your account. You watch out. If you are still here, I will give you feedback on your cards. If you're not, well, that's fine. I guess you were not patient. Hello, No Love Bumpy. Okay, interesting username. Welcome. How are you doing? How are you enjoying the 11th anniversary of Marvel Future Fight? Or are you new to Marvel Future Fight and you're just checking out the game? Feel free to ask questions. This is a very open, friendly chat. I like to share my expertise or repeat what people with expertise tells me. What? Who said that? Voices. I hear voices in my head. Olmec29. Think it's worth buying Shalabal without the artifact? Personally, no. It doesn't hurt to always have the characters, but even with the artifact, I don't think she has a lot of usability. She's very niche. I mean, you might use her in some of the PvP game modes, but like Timeline Battle, you're not going to use her. She doesn't have a lot of high value. Just my opinion. In fact, aside from Alliance Conquest, I don't use her at all, and I mostly just use her as a filler. I think I have her artifact too. I just don't think she's super usable. But without the artifact, it's going to hurt massively. There are certain characters, Wolverine, Madeline Pryor. What do they call her in the game? Madeline Pryor. The Goblin Queen, I think. Without the artifact, they're pretty much worthless. I'm only missing 4 characters owned and 13 not tier 2 so far. Fair? Yeah, I mean, collecting-wise, I have every character in the game. I like collecting them. I just don't think she's top value. So... Oh, yeah. Let me do that, too, while I'm at it. You watch out. Let me confirm you watch out. No, your watch out has not replied yet. Darn. Are you here, you watch out? Ah. Yeah, they're trying to do the hybrid model. Terrible idea. And I'll say this in every video. So I've got a video on cards. Number 1 card set. If you do a second deck, fine, make it PvP. In my opinion, play how you want. But I still have the opinion that PvP is not as valuable as PvE. You get better rewards in PvE. PvP rewards are very limited, hard to obtain, and very competitive. Build your card set for one game mode. Hybrid sets hurt you in both. You will farm less and get less in your PvE if you have a hybrid model. So this individual, who's apparently gone, because they're not saying anything in chat, has a Crescent card and a Zombie card. These are PvP cards. Luna and White Fox doesn't even have the proc. Without the proc, you lose the whole point of having these cards. These need to be re-rolled. Guardians of the Galaxy is fine. Doesn't have the best stats below, but at least it has an attack stat. Actually, it's got decent stats. Doesn't have the double attack below. This is actually decent. The other thing that they're suffering from is terrible blue star rolls. Resist, resist, resist. Absolute worthless. Completely worthless. Same thing here. Resist on that blue star. That is hurting them. Resist. With cards, and this is why I've got a video on cards and stuff, you want the all attack on the last stat. All attack. All attack. All attack. All attack. All attack. You do not cap on your attack. If you don't have the blue all attack, don't roll the card. Like, seriously, like, in my opinion, focus on the blue all attack before touching anything else. Because re-rolling a card that's equipped is going to hurt you. But without that all attack, the card is losing so much value. That's why, I mean, look at this. All attack, attack speed, basic defense kind of sucks. Ignore defense, max hit points, recovery rate. Most of those rolls are pretty decent. You are there. Cool. I'm sorry. I'm like picking on you like, you weren't patient, you left. This is the card I'm going to equip next. Look at this. All attack, critical rate, critical damage, ignore defense. If I can get a blue dodge, this is getting equipped. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful rolls. It has the proc. You need the procs. Like, look at this. Look. The procs. The procs is what sets White Fox and Luna apart. If you don't have the proc at the bottom, you're missing the main value. Like, look at the effects. Having these 3 procs, and when I get the Fantastic Four, I'm going to have 4 procs. It's going to massively bump my PvE damage. I have extra White Fox, Luna, Loki, Zombies, Spidey, Ghost Rider, New Avengers, Cable, BP-166, BP-35, Quick, and Scarlet extra cards. Sorry, I'm free again. Yeah, no worries. No worries at all. I was just going to move on to more stuff if you were not available. So, yeah, that's my number 1 advice for you. What is it? You watch out, I think it was. Yeah. That's my number 1 piece of advice for you, is settle on a set. I would unequip the Crescent and the Zombies and make a second deck. You already have a second deck unlocked. Make deck 2 your PvP and make deck 1 your PvE. Guardians is a great card. It's not a bad roll, and you have a 7 quality. The problem is what you rolled for your blue star stats are not good. Nothing up there at the top is worth having. crowd control, energy defense, physical defense, resist, resist, resist. All 6 of those are really bad rolls. That is taking a beautiful card at a 7 and losing some of the value. Yeah, you've got the max hit points and the all basic attacks and the attack speed. Those are good. And the bottom stats are reasonable. But not having good star stats is hurting you. Luna and White Fox, same thing. Like I said, you want the proc. And anything looking at the blue stars here, the attack speed is the only decent one. Max hit points and all defense are okay for PvP, but not for PvE. And the White Fox, same thing. Missing that proc. And then at the top, you have cooldown duration, which is not bad to have, but everything else is pretty much worthless here, too. The crowd control, the defenses, the resists. And it's not like there's no value for defenses. It's just, yeah, that card set is holding you back for sure. This right here is probably... So I'm going to replace the Avengers card. That's why I went the blue dodge. I don't want to lose 11%. I'm going to replace the Avengers card with my Fantastic Four card. So then I'm going to have 4 cards with procs, and then the Guardians. In my opinion, this is the best card set for PvE if I replace this with Fantastic Four. Runner-up is the Avengers card, for sure. The Baby Spidey card's not terrible. There's other ones that are worth considering, but for the most part, like I said, these here with the procs on the White Fox, the Luna, the Ghost Rider, and the Fantastic Four are going to be your best PvE card sets. Let's see. Well, the crowd control isn't bad. Alex did a video a few years back showing how nice it is versus Blade Twisters and high-level world bosses. Not great, but not bad. Well, and just to be clear, there's no stat in this game that is completely worthless. The thing is, are there better options? That's the big thing. And what's the trade-off? It doesn't mean that crowd control, movement speed, and resists and defenses have no use anywhere in the game. It's just those stars, you can have so much more. Like, look at this, for example. Just as an example with the resist, the blue one. My all attack is 103%. Every single game mode, every character I use has a base of 103% extra. Then if they're physical or energy, they have additional, right? Because all works for both. Physical only gets physical, energy only gets energy. So my energy characters are in essence getting... 147.8% increase on their damage output and a chance for a 20% proc, 2 different 20% procs to increase it another 20% for like almost like 170% damage increase. That's huge. That's the thing. These resists, they're niche if you're not getting attacked by that. So it's very niche. That's why you avoid that. Movement speed you can cap elsewhere, so you don't really need that. Cooldown you can use your swords for, so you don't need a ton. Crowd control, it's very limited. Think about all the different game modes that are out there. How often do you need the crowd control? So the Blade Twisters, yeah, are a pain in the butt, but good movement and avoidance, you don't necessarily need it, and it's not always going to work completely, right? So even when you get hit with the Blade Twister, there's still going to be some stun effects, so as long as you can outplay the stun. Now, having all the blue stars is very helpful, Andrew. Obviously, that 25% pierce is critical. That's the other problem. Having them equipped, you don't want to lose those blue stars. Having duplicates is fine. Most of your stuff, Luna and White Fox, fine. Reroll a second one. I do it all the time. Reroll a second one in your inventory to get the best one. Make sure you build them, like I said. In my opinion, start with that all attack. That's the most critical one. And then reroll till you get good. You don't need unicorn blue star stats. Like, you don't need everything to be perfect. Having a good 3 to 4, and especially the all attack, are the most important focus, in my opinion. And then settling on all blue. Quality is important too, because, you know, obviously the percentage goes up. So, White Fox and Luna, cool. Loki, I don't know which Loki card you're talking about. I probably would use that for rerolling. Zombies, Spidey. Again, PvP, I don't know if you need a second one. Ghost Rider, that's worth keeping. New Avengers, for right now, is worth keeping. Cable, you probably aren't going to use. Black Panther 166, you're not going to use. Black Panther 35, you're not going to use. Quicksilver and Scarlet is going to be decent for PvP sets. I'd say leave all that cards, remove with White Fox and put Avengers. You will have great PvP set and start PvE whenever you can. That's actually that's a reasonable consideration. Making your second card set be your PvE card set and using the one you currently have for PvP. That's a reasonable consideration, honestly, especially with all the resists. I didn't even think about that. I'm so focused on PvE and AB. To me, I'm like, oh, PvE cards first, then PvP cards. It's just how my mind works. But Anshella, that's what I'll call you for right now. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce your full username, but that is actually very sound advice and a very good perspective. What cards should be for PvE? So basically what you want to focus on is looking at things that, first of all, don't cap. Attack, any attack you can get. So in P cards, the top 3 stats are locked. The very top 2 are orange, and those will be increased based upon your quality. So a 7 quality gives you 11% in those 2 slots. So those 2 slots are usually your focus. You pick a PvE card for one of 2 reasons. It has a proc, or it has those top 2 stats are very valuable in a PvE setting. In my opinion, all attack, or any of the attacks, throw anything you can into there. All attacks, number 1. The other 2 are secondary. Then the other things to look at that are very important. You always want ignore defense capped. So you might need some ignore defense from your cards, but you always cap your ignore defense on every character regardless. Cooldown needs to be capped, but you can get some from your swords up to 12-15% sometimes. So as long as you can cap your cooldown, you're in good shape. After ignore defense and cooldown, the next thing I would probably look at is critical rate and critical damage. Critical damage has a higher cap than critical rate does. Critical rate caps at 75. I think critical damage is just 200, I believe. I'll check my characters in a second here. Getting those capped on your characters is important. Then attack speed. After that, that's kind of it. That's usually where I focus. So that's what you want to look for in a lot of your cards. So when I look at card sets like this, top 2 stats. Max hit points, not ideal. All attack is, and attack speed is a good stat. Now, you can also roll the bottom, which is what you want to aim for, double attack. Double attack with a cooler down. If this was a 7, this is a unicorn roll on this card. This is why a lot of people like Guardians, because of the all attack being one of the 2 top stats, having attack speed, which is important, but you can roll really good stats on the bottom potentially. Over here, White Fox is all about the proc, but look at the top stats. All attack, ignore defense, and critical damage. Again, 3 of those stats that I mentioned are in the top. Over here with the all new, all different Avengers card, critical damage and ignore defense is why I kept it for the bottom, mostly for the quality 7. But look, it has double attack up the top and all attack. So technically that's 2 all attacks. So there's 11% all attack technically and a 5.1. So it's more like 6.1% all attack I'm getting from this card, essentially. This one here, Luna, likewise is all about the proc, but she has energy attack, which only is good for one group of characters. So your physical characters get no advantage from this, but it also has the all attack. So it's technically 22% for energy characters, 11% for physical characters, and it has a critical rate. But it's mostly about that proc. Even with the double resist garbage, that proc and a quality 7 makes this worthwhile. And look, blue stars. All attack, attack speed, critical damage. All 3 of these are solid choices. That's why I have it equipped. Ghost Rider, again, it's all about the proc, and I got cooldown and critical rate. Great rolls. And this is double attack with a defense one. The defense one's not idealistic, but this is basically 10% all attack by having it. So the proc with the 10% all attack makes it worthwhile. And then again, we have decent stats, ignore defense, attack speed, and all attack. So it's things like this. You want to think about how it's rolled, what you're using it for, and different things like this. Own cards. So let's talk about some of these cards. Fantastic Four, one of the top 5 best cards in the game for PvE. Luna Snow, one of the top 5 best PvE cards. Is this going to show everything? No, it's not. It's going to show the ones I have. Let me come out over here so I can show you all the cards, and I'll talk about... And some of this, actually, I think most of this is actually covered in my card video on YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, check out my video about cards and how to equip them, what to look out for. I cover a lot of this. And Shantbro 12. Hello and welcome. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to get caught up in chat. Trying to answer Andrew's question. about cards really quick. So let me get this going on real quick. And Ann's Helga says Luna, Fox, Ghost Rider, Fantastic Four. Fourth can be Guardians, Cable, Spidey, 166, double attack. Very, very, very similar to my opinion. I'm still going to share my opinion because I like talking, so. Go figure. Somebody who streams likes talking. Didn't see that coming, did you? What am I doing? There it is. After I scroll around for 50 million years. So most of these cards here are worthless. Most of these cards you want to avoid. I'm trying to... You're basically wanting P cards only. And that's something to keep in mind. Your P cards can get crafted stats. Your normal cards can't. And you only get 2 locked stats. And I will point out, every position never changes. Your top 2 is always quality based. Obviously, 7's your 11%. This top one, 5.1% on every single card in the game. 5.4, 5.7, 6, right? So if I go to the next card, what do I see? 5.1, 5.4, 5.7, and 6. Every single card in the game, the bottom 4, the position is always the same percentage. The stat's not always the same, but the position dictates what it is. Just a lot of people don't know that. Something to keep in mind. So far, okay, so we're finally to the P cards. This Avengers card, I would completely, like most of these Avengers card here, I'd completely skip. This Avengers card is reasonable because it's all about the attack on the top, but keep something in mind. Technically, having the physical and energy at the top there is like having all attack. It's almost like having only 2 stats at the top. So instead of having a third random option, which could be good or bad, that doesn't make it a bad card. The other thing is the question mark shows you what's capable of being rolled. The all defense here, the proc on this card, is a PvP proc. Still not a... I don't think it's one of the optimal ones for PvP, in my opinion. So attack speed, good stuff. Movement speed, you don't really need it. Lightning resist, in my opinion, again, it's niche, right? Resists, I don't like resists personally. I'm against them. Critical damage is an important stat as well. So critical damage or attack speed is the optimal roll for that. For this one here, you have max hit points, which is good in PvP. The rest are not really... Well, recovery rate's okay for survivability in both game modes. But the defenses, I don't think, are worthwhile in the resist. So optimal would be max hit points or recovery on this one. And then down here, dodge and ignore defense and critical rate. All 3 of those are great to have. It depends on what your count needs. So any of those 3 could be optimal. But Avengers, I would consider one of the top... I'll say top 10 PvP. One of the top 10 PvP cards. Guardians of the Galaxy is a top 5. Even though the hit points is at the top here, that all attack with attack speed is beautiful, and this has the ability to roll double attacks at the bottom, which is what a lot of us go for. The proc's not worthwhile. The critical damage, cooldown, and critical rate are all worthwhile. This here, you want that energy attack. The dodge is okay, but you want the energy attack. And this one, the physical attack. Aside from that, I don't, like, it's hard to get the physical and energy, but if you roll it on this, chef's kiss. Like, fantastic card. Cable is a top 10 card. It has 3 of the premium stats, but there's better options out there. Baby Spidey, I would say, is a top 10 card as well. I think there's better options, but the all attack and ignore defense, all 3 are quality stats, right? And then down here again, critical rate is ideal. You don't need the proc here. I'm sorry, energy attack is ideal. Critical rate is okay. You want the energy attack. Physical attack, again, physical energy. It's like the Guardians of the Galaxy cards. You can roll double attack at the bottom. Cooldown is okay, but you want the physical and energy on those top 2. Down here, dodge is okay. Max hit points and critical damage are the 3 that I would shoot for. Obviously, the unicorn roll is based upon what you need. I think the double attack and dodge is like chef's kiss, but you know what you can get is what you can get. Quicksilver, I consider one of the top 5 PvP cards in the game. Gwenpool, I think, has PvP value. I don't know if I would consider it top 5, though. Black Widow has PvP value. I would skip both of the Loki cards. I think this is the Black Panther card I would skip. This one's okay. I mean, there's better options. I don't even consider it to be a top 10. This Black Panther card I would consider to be a top 10 because of the all attack. The all attack, cooldown, critical, I consider that to be a top 10 card. New Avengers, I consider it to be a top 5 for PvP. Crescent probably is a top 5 for PvP. Luna and White Fox are both top 5 PvE cards with the proc. You want the proc on both. In fact, all 3 of these cards, Ghost Rider as well, all 3 of these cards with proc, top 5 PvE card. Zombie, top 5 PvP card. And finally, Fantastic Four, top 5 PvE. I think that covers all of them. Those are the ones I would tip. What's the video called? I'll just give you the link real quick. It'll make it easier. Give me 1 second. I'll grab it for you. View your channel. Cards. I think that's my most recent one. Is from 3 years ago. Most of the data there is still good and viable. I've got one from 5 years ago that's okay to check out. I'll send both, but check out the one from 3 years ago. That's an updated version. The biggest thing, and I got one on card collections too, which is worth looking at as well. Let's see. So I'm going to give you... So this is the newest one. Check this one out first. This is an older one from 5 years ago that still has decent data. The biggest thing with the 3 year ago card, you don't have stuff like the Fantastic Four card at the time was not available. So even though it's still good data, it doesn't have all the newest cards. Just keep that in mind. The concept of building cards, crafting cards, that's still all good stuff. So, oh, I'm sorry. No, I did read that. I was going to say Olmec29 on Twitch. I was going to say you said not great, but not bad. You were talking about the crowd control from earlier. I thought you sent a new message. Are you doing ID checks? Sure, I can do ID checks today. Mr. Moon VU. Hey, man, I just got back to the game after a long hiatus. Can you take a look overall and things I should do as soon as possible or eventually or later? Sure, absolutely. Since Prashant Bro 12 asked first, if you put your ID, if you're still here, I will check yours first. Then Mr. Moon VU, I'll check yours second. What's the video called? I shared that. Actually, you are ignoring me. I'm not ignoring you. How am I ignoring you? What should I do when I got some anniversary crystals? Oh, I'm a little bit behind. I'm sorry, I did miss a few messages. I did not mean to ignore you. I apologize. He is gone. See mine. What should I do when I got some anniversary crystals? It depends what your account needs. Kardiki. I mean, it's all about building. So you have to choose what is most important for your account. In my case, the most important thing for me is the bingo board. So I'm trying to do the bingo board. Why? Because if I complete them all, I get a sword selector, which gives me a sword with 6 stones. What I need is to finish my sword set because I have everything but a yellow. So I can have a full set, which is going to help my account because that's just going to take me up from 47.5 to 50% all attack for every game mode. Plus, it gives me a little bit extra down here with the 2% extra for the energy as well. And then I can start re-rolling swords for some of the stuff like cooldown. Then I need to finish my Fantastic Four card. And I probably should have just equipped it, but I have a decent set. So I'm going to keep re-rolling until I get a blue dodge. That might take me a while, so I'm going to gamble the rest of my crystals away on cards, because as a star creator, I get crystals every month, so I'll have uniform crystals. And I also have 3 tickets. So, since Prashant Bro did not share the in-game name, I'll go ahead and do yours now, Mr. Moon. Unless you're still here, Pros, go ahead and share your in-game name. I am low spender, so I can't do bingo now. Right. And that, again, that's why I'm saying it depends on what you need. So, optimal things to consider for crystals is uniforms because they're discounted. Black Friday and anniversary is the best time to buy uniforms. And consider gambling because it's half off. Those are the 2 top things that I usually do with crystals or recommend for free to play or low spenders. If you're going to spend money too, this is the best time of year to spend. But I would look at uniforms and make sure your uniforms are up to date first. That's probably what I would end up doing. For some context, I used to buy the stash before. I might do that again, but that is as far as P2P, free to play? No, as far as P2P goes. Pay to play. Pay to play. Took me a minute. Hey, buddy, welcome to Mill Gaming. Welcome to the stream. What sort of games do you game with? But yeah, let's look at your account. Oh, we're going to reset. Yes. This should finish a line for me, and I can go to the next board. Hopefully it'll finish. Yeah! Now we're talking. So I'm going to go ahead and change rewards, go to the next board. All right, 2 more boards to clear. I buy anything under 300 crystals. Some people recommend anything under 200, but I do anything under 3. So I want to make sure I clear the board. Got 2 days, 21 hours left to get 2 full boards, so I can get that. I always get the mythic ticket too. Sometimes do a full board clear, but that gets expensive. As a star creator, I get extra crystals, so I'm not as hurting as some of y'all are. So unfortunately, I get to enjoy it more than some of you get to. Friends. Recommended. Reject these wannabes. M-U-N-A-Z M-A-E-S-T-R-O. Ignore in-game. Is it with the semicolon? Do you have a semicolon in your name? No, you do not. Okay. Muniz Maestro. Okay. There you are. Okay. So, overall, I always start with cards. Cards are like the first thing they'll look at. Hey, so right now, you already have equipped 3 of what I consider the best PvE cards in the game. Cable's a solid choice. I would get rid of the Crescent. The Crescent... First and foremost, you have, all attack, all defense, hit points. You do have the double attack at the bottom. Yeah, go ahead and leave it. Eventually replace it with a better P card. But Luna, we talked about proc. White Fox, we talked about proc. You got your proc on your White Fox and a physical attack at the bottom. Nice. Not idealistic, but at least you have an attack stat on the top blue star. Critical damage, attack speed, physical attack, reasonable. Mind resist hurts. Again, you want an attack stat on that last one. Idealistically, all attack. You do have the dodge and the cooldown, which are decent on your stars. Some of the star stats are hurting on your White Fox and Luna. This one, you 100% want to re-roll. Make sure you can get the proc. Don't settle for anything under a 5. Idealistically, nothing under a 6. Your Avengers card, let's see what you got. You got the attack stat. You got a lot of resists. Ouch. Most of your blue stars here are hurting. Down the road, it's worth considering re-rolling something in your inventory so you don't lose your pierce, because you want that 25% pierce. Over here, you're missing the proc again. Proc is very important on all 3 of those cards. And you have physical attack. Okay. So you got a lot of physical. You're probably hurting on your all attack and your energy attack. Probably when you're looking at cards, the first thing I would consider is rolling up the 3 Luna, White Fox, and Ghost Rider to get... Luna and Ghost Rider to get procs. You have it on your White Fox already. Swords. So you got 1 of each color. That's good. Just keep working on your swords. Nothing big. Cooldown is something to keep in mind. You only have 2% on your cooldown. You can re-roll your swords. You want to try to get closer to 10% or above if you can. 2% is really low. So by taking 6-star swords and re-rolling, I would consider getting more cooldown, especially if you need it. If you don't need it, it's fine. But if you need it, go to your swords for the extra cooldown. Let's look at characters. So you have Sentry. You have him with Mighty Conquest. I would highly recommend, so first and foremost, always finish ISO 8 sets. Always. If you have a character that's a tier 4, they should have a maxed out ISO 8 set. With Sentry, get his newest uniform. You already have him with a Conquest. You might as well get the most out of it. You have his artifact, and he's one of the top 5, easily, if not top 3, PvP characters. I would go ahead and get his uniform. Wolverine, great choice here. You have the artifact. You have agreed on him. No real big complaints there. I would say make sure, if you're tier 4ing characters, always finish your Uru slots. Put 1 on each. And Wolverine, his biggest value is his survivability. So you want a deep hit point pool, which means if you have Odin's Blessings that are double hit points, equip those and make them sparkly. Again, finish your ISO 8 sets so you get the bigger bonus. Mighty Rage, good choice. You have his artifact, good enough. Okay, yeah, some sparkly stuff. You could probably use a few more. Again, finish your ISO 8 sets. I'm going to repeat that multiple times. Cyclops, consider his newest uniform. Makes him a better support. If you have a support CTP, go ahead and slap it on him. Finish your set. I noticed you have a lot of Hawkeyes. Hawkeyes, so there's 3 attack sets in the games. Hawkeyes, Odin's Blessings, and Power of the Angry Hulk. The main reason to get Hawkeyes is because of the additional cooldown. If you get more cooldown on your swords, you might be able to offset that and not need the Hawkeye set. I personally go for Overdrive and Power of the Angry Hulk, and I forget the difference between the two. I think one of them gives you critical and the other one's attack speed. I want to say Overdrive's the attack speed one. I have to double check. But I basically take whatever I can get between Overdrive and POA. Official Eli says, also I think Reforging has a chance up. It does. And I think re-rolling is secretly chance up. I got a brilliant competition and a perfect roll after 2 re-rolls. Nice, man. And when I say perfect, Fury is 120%. Ignore defense. Nice. Now I just need to decide who gets the honor. 4 brilliant competitions. My #1 recommendation is Mephisto. Followed closely behind by... Who do I put the other one on? Oh, I have my other one on Hades and Zeus. Zeus is not as good as Loki. Maybe consider Storm unless she has a brilliant rage. Storm is worth considering. So is Scarlet Witch are worth considering for competitions. Can you do a uniform review for me and tell me who you think I should put a mighty competition on? Sure. But same scenario. Same competition characters. Mephisto is always going to be #1 recommendation. Hades is a great choice. Scarlet Witch and Storm are worth considering. The opposite Angry Hulk is attack speed. Ah. Oh my god, I want to cry. I got a quality 7 What If Ghost Rider but no damage proc. Ouch. My Zeus is better than my Loki, even after I gave Loki a Mighty Rage. He's worth considering. I've got 2 brilliant competitions. One's on Zeus, one's on Mephisto. I would also say that Loki, if you master his playstyle, he's now finally outperforming my Zeus, even with a brilliant competition. So Loki is still the meta. Let me finish this review and then get to some more reviews and give some more opinions here. Hello, new enemy. Welcome. See mine, I ask before Moon. You asked for a review? Okay, give me your in-game name. Oh, yeah, I have your in-game name. What do you want, Key? Because I know I've done a review for you before. What are you asking for as far as looking at your account? What's going on? Not much. Just doing a stream, doing some reviews. This is the reason I quit before the reset stats doesn't go away or I lose blue stars. It's either. Yeah, I get that. Re-rolling a second one in your inventory might be better. I do have some strategies in those videos that I posted. Basically, like I said, there's certain stats you want to focus on first. It is cheap to re-roll and not lock anything. If you lock stuff, you lose crystals. That's the other thing worth doing with your crystals, by the way, even if you're a low spender or free to play. Re-rolling your cards and locking crystals, like, you know, locking stars with crystals. Now's the time to do it because it's half off. Unequipping, re-equipping, things like that. If you're going to unequip a lot of CTPs, though, don't do the half off. It's $8, buy the 24-hour free CTP remover and rearrange all of them. Set up all the CTPs you want. Always prep a year in advance as soon as possible and update the list throughout the year. And then when the anniversary hits, buy that $8 one, unequip everything, and reposition everything. That your in-game need a suggestion on mighty competitions. Cool. Let me finish with this review and I'll move on. Give me 1 second here. Storm is worth reforging. Brilliant or better she's a fantastic character, and you have a POA. Consistent with the ISO 8 stuff, and yep, finish filling out your Urus things. Pretty typical, but Storm is actually Mythic or Uniform too. Storm is one of the top 2 PvE characters in the game. Highly recommend building her better. I can take my cooler off. My phone's probably cold now. Oof. Venom is meta again with the new uniform. AB, he was already meta even with the old uniform, but he is better with the new uniform. Very easy to play. You have a rage on him, which is great. No real complaints there. Yeah, as long as you have a 5-star Uru, personally, I like to put 6-star Urus on my characters. Overdrive's fine. Yeah, he's fine. Black Widow, I can see why you would put an energy on her. I mean, spy tactics, she does have PvP value. She does have pretty good striker ability when you have her with this. That's kind of fallen off a little bit. I probably would not leave the energy on her long term. Authority is old news. You don't have his newest uniform. If you're going to use Spider-Man, put on his newest uniform. Conquest is the go-to PvP CTP at this point. Captain Marvel, you're not even building, even if she's tier 4, that's fine. You probably got her out of a selector. She's not really worth it right now anyway. Ghost Rider is worth reforging his thing on. He still has some value, especially with this uniform as a striker for World Boss. His newer uniform makes him better to use, but this uniform is great for using him as a striker in niche situations, mostly against World Bosses, not an AB. Hela, yeah, you've got the destruction. It's kind of old news. You can still get a lot of value out of her using this in World Boss. Thor is fine with the Judgment. Silver Surfer, again, Authority's old news. He has a newer uniform, but it's not super useful. Hulk is actually meta in AB. You want to put a rage on him. Like, he's not about survivability like he used to be. He's all about the damage. So if you want to reset him, get the hit point stuff off of him, focus and build him for PvE, he is AB meta. Sharon Rogers is a great choice for energy. Even with her old uniform, she's not bad. The new uniform is better. She's World Boss, basically, if you want more World Boss folks. Black Bolt has some value, especially leadership with AB. Loki, especially with his hero uniform, is the new meta in Universal Heroes, and he's super easy to play. I would consider getting his newest uniform, get him an attack set, get him a rage, and build him up because of how strong he is. Not only in AB, but he does do decent in World Boss as well. Miles with his seasonal zombie uniform is one of the meta strikers, and he actually does really good against World Boss. He eats them alive. He's worth a judgment. Captain America's newest uniform makes him a budget PvP option, and he's really good with an egg. Crescent with the uniform is AB meta. Taskmaster, great choice. Iron Man, most of them have fallen off. Null, you don't really have built. I wouldn't focus a lot on PvP. Deadpool's kind of not usable in a lot of areas, but does have some PvP value from like Conquest and whatnot. Luna, if you're able to get Luna built up in her newest uniform, she flies through content, but I get it. Coulson, if you can get his newest uniform, it makes him a universal support for villains as well. Like right now, he's just a hero support. White Fox, still a great solid support. Moon Knight's getting a new uniform that's going to make him meta most likely. Dazzler doesn't need her new uniform, but it does make her better, and she's a great support for Storm. Runs through a lot of content. Colossus PvP support. Civ kind of fell off. Valkyrie's still a great support. She is not worth a rage. She's pretty much support only at this point. Go ahead and pull that rage from her. Mephisto still has support value. That's kind of like most of the things that stand out to me. Obviously, there's a lot of other things that you can work on, but I think I would work on fixing some of the builds, working on the ISO 8 sets, moving some of those CTPs from characters. That's probably primarily where I would focus for you. So there's some feedback on cards and characters. Hopefully some of that was helpful. Let me find out what Key is asking about. Uniform suggestions, that's right. So let me do Key first, and then Tamil Gaming, I'll get you next. Luna is super strong with B comp. She is. Is she better with B comp than Rage? Miles also definitely worth a B comp. Oh, interesting. Okay. I've got a brilliant judgment on mine. Uniform suggestions for Key. Let's do that. You're on my friends list because you requested. There you are. And then I'll get Tamil Gaming next. What else am I missing here? I think I'm playing my Storm wrong because my Doctor Strange does better. It's possible. You have a 3 delay cancel just for a second till the tornado hits down. 5-4. And then you can instantly cancel. 1-2. The reason I do 1-2 is because 1 will dash. So unless you need to move, a 1-2 throws the tornado up for the damage and keeps you in place. Then you can do another 1-2. When your 6 is ready, it's 3, 5, 4, 1, 2, 6. If 1 and 2 are not cooled down enough, don't wait on your 6. 7 whenever it's ready. It takes a while to get her down, and you need to have her build properly, but she easily walks through content and does way more damage than almost any other character in the PvE setting. She is usable in a lot of game modes. Open Day, Infinite Mode, which is today, the Infinite ABX today, the Infinite Mode, is essentially like almost designed for her because her 6 carries over to the next boss. And it's not that Doctor Strange is not close to her, because he is, but she does do better, and I think most people agree with that. I just want to climb World Boss Legendary. Please check my Wasp, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I use her in Otherworld Battle. I mean, there's not really a lot to say with Wasp. Just having her on the team helps because of the debuff thing. There's not a lot of Wasp does other than give you the extra debuff on the team because you don't have the leadership. Same thing is true for Strife. Both Strife and Wasp do the debuff for everyone, which is very helpful. With World Boss Plus, if you want to climb on that, it is important to have fully fleshed out built teams, and it depends on which one you're pushing and where you're at. Always try to push as high as you can for the best rewards possible. And there's characters like Sharon Rogers and Miles that excel with World Boss. Some characters are going to struggle. So just keep that in mind too. So it just depends on which World Boss you're trying to do. My turn. Yes, it is, Cardikey. Comp is way better. Oh, good to know. So I probably want to pull off my Brilliant Competition from my Zeus and give it to Luna then, right? I assume. My Luna is getting 25 million ABL. Nice. Comp is better for ABL only or ABX2. I'm not sure. Let's ask Bob Sarge. Bob Sarge is like, right now he's rank 3 at the moment in AB. He's one of the top 10 AB players in all of Marvel Future Fight. I think it's like Bob is Lucky or something is his in-game name. But you'll see him if you go to the top scores. Uniforms. Okay, so you got the best uniforms for everyone I'm seeing so far. If you want to use Captain America in PvP, you can get his uniform. It's up to you if you value that. Obviously, Moon Knight's is around the corner. Venom is 100% worth the new uniform. I would recommend that above probably Captain America. I'm just pointing out the Captain America thing. So get Venom's uniform. You can consider Ancient One if you want to use the male version of Ancient One, which is the original version. The young male version of Ancient One, if you want to use his leadership or support team-ups for World Boss, you can consider that. Dazzlers might be worth considering just because of how strong Storm is right now. Spider-Gwen for World Boss, if you wanted to give her one, and she's worth tier 4ing for World Boss. Let's see. If you're going to build Crescent, she needs her uniform. If you want to build her, that's up to you. Mephisto makes him a better support. Coulson makes him a support for villains as well. I'd put Coulson on that list of uniform purchases. So uniform-wise, Venom, Coulson, top 2. Possibly consider Captain America if you want to use him. Ancient One is a kind of background consideration. Gwenpool if you want to push. Dazzler doesn't need hers, but it does make her better. If you want to build Luna, which she is super, super strong, get her newest uniform. Yeah, those are the ones I would think about for you. Cardikey. ABX has no difference. You can wait for the new uni for Luna and see how it goes. Don't switch to CTPs now. I don't know if we'll still have the half off on Equip, though, before. He is Mysterio, not Mephisto. Did I say Mephisto? Yeah, Mysterio is a better support with the newer uniform. Just fun stuff. See your cards? Dude, get rid of this. Get it off. This is a PvP card. Get rid of it instantly. Got the proc, good. Got the proc, good. And this is not a bad card. Like, these two are okay cards. These two are, like I said, top 5. Get rid of this one. Replace it with an actual PvP card. That's the biggest thing. You don't have the blue stat on the bottom. No worries there. You do have the proc. If you can get it... if you want to risk it, because you have cooldown and recovery. The cooldown is helpful. If you want to risk it, you could always try to roll this up to a 6 or 7 with the proc. It's going to use a lot of cards, so you might not want to risk it. This here has resist and all basic defenses. You could, again, consider it, but it's a 6 with the proc. I'd probably leave it alone. This over here, you have physical attack and attack speed on the bottom. Okay, there's reasonable to have. That's fine to keep. This over here, max hit point, critical damage, and defenses. Re-roll this. It's really low. I wouldn't settle for anything less than a 5. Try to roll it up to a 6 if you can. While you're re-rolling these, focus on the blue all-attack star. I think that's going to be the most important and hardest one to get. Because stuff like this, the energy attack is okay, but you really want the all-attack if you can. I get resources are limited. So, but not too bad on the cards. Other than, like I said, get rid of this. Get rid of it. Replace it. Tamil Gaming says SKDASS. Need a suggestion on Mighty Competition. I have 2 of them, and I'm working on Zeus to tier 4 discount event. Can you suggest me for next tier 4? Sure. So, all right, you've already got a competition on Mephisto. That's good. I would leave your Mighty Rage on the Scarlet Witch, unless Bob Sarge disagrees. And I would leave the Brilliant on Storm, for sure. Yeah, leave your Brilliant. Well, you said Mighties, so I would, yeah, Mighties. If you're going to build Zeus, you can consider a Mighty Competition for him. Do you have Hades? Hades is really good with a competition, too. I don't see Hades. Oh, here he is. Hades, and by the way, Hades is AB meta. He replaces Loki, since Loki's now using a hero uniform. For if you tier 4 Hades and give him a Mighty Competition, that's a good choice. Those are the ones I would probably put at the top of my list for consideration. But Bob was just saying that Miles does decent with it too, so I guess it could be a third consideration. Just be aware Zeus is like not top meta. Like right now, Loki out. Like any day you can use Zeus, you can use Loki. Like Loki replaces him. He does. If you play him right. Which apparently is a little tricky, but once you get it down, it's super straightforward. Just about a timing thing, making sure you get your skills and letting them play out long enough, and you have to like accumulate all the minions around you to do the maximum score. Also, Luna might change with CTP as well, since she is getting the new uniform with MK. That's a good point. Both of you are mentioning that. Very good point. Maybe I will leave it alone for right now, because I do have a Brilliant Rage on her at the moment. So Messi, and Olmec29, both solid counter suggestions to Bob Sarge, because competition at the moment's way better. Maybe it'll change. So maybe I'll keep that in the future, because I have a Brilliant Competition on Zeus, and I have a Brilliant Rage on Luna. I'm building my characters for ABX, ABL push. Yeah, then you probably want to do Hades, tier 4 him, give him a Mighty Competition, and then probably... I mean, you could put your other one on Zeus. It's just you're not going to need him to push ABL, ABX, because not meta. What was your other question? Oh, your next tier 4, Hades. Who else do you have? Let's see. You have some of the better ones anyway. Cool. Interesting. 'Cause, 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 'cause Interesting. She works with an energy, but she is she's got a day in AB as well. Who else? Who do you not have that's AB besides for Hades? I mean, you've got most of the options there. You even have like a lot of the good support uniforms for some of the characters, for some of the teams as well. And I'm seeing CTP supports for your support characters, which is always a good choice. So yeah, I mean, for the most part, there's not a lot of suggestions besides for that. So I guess I would stick with Hades as your next tier 4 as my suggestion. Like I said, right now, Hades has definitely got a day. Like some of the dealers, right? Luna Snow, Loki, Storm, Crescent, Bullseye, which Bullseye potentially might... No, I guess he's not going to get replaced because Moon Knight is going to be speed. No? Well, yeah, he's still a villain, though, so Bullseye will probably stay in there. Mephisto, technically Magneto, but a lot of people are using... swap with Gambit. Gladiator, Loki, Doctor Strange, Invisible Woman, Gamora. Those are all some of the top. Scarlet Witch. Those are some of the top ABX characters. I'm looking at my list. ABL, Mephisto, Storm, Scarlet Witch, Hulk, Hades. Winter Soldier, who's probably getting replaced by Moon Knight. I think I said Bullseye already. And Luna Snow, Gambit, Black Bolt. Miss Marvel over Black Bolt. And there's a competition between Crystal and Miss Marvel on who's better for Inhuman Day. Loki... Again, Miles. There's actually a day, Speed Villain Day. Miles does great with his newest uniform. Probably also why it's probably good to put a competition on him. Yeah. Yep. I think that covers most of them. Gives you some insight, things to think about. I have two Mighty Rages. So, characters, let's see if you have who I would put Rages on based upon your characters. So, first consideration, yeah, you already got a Mighty Rage on her. And you got a Brilliant, even better. And tell me you have a Rage. Yep. Rage, yep. Rage. Yep. Rage. Moon Knight. I would probably put a Rage on Moon Knight because, like I said, we don't know for sure until the uniform comes out. But there's theories that he's going to be the new Speed Day AB characters. You can wait, but he might be a Rage character for you. Gamora might be worth consider putting a Rage on because she does have the AB day if you want to push. Rage. He's fine with a Judgment. He don't need a Rage. Rage. We already talked about Zeus for your competition. Interesting. Winter Soldier. Well, let's see if he gets replaced first. But Winter Soldier has a day, but he's probably getting replaced. Do you have Bullseye? You consider building Bullseye and putting a Rage on your Bullseye. If you want to push. Hades, you should give your competition to in Tier 4. Talked about that already. I don't even see your Bullseye. Bullseye with a uniform and a Rage has a day. That's what I would consider. By the way, Satana, since you have Fisto, Satana with her newest uniform is a phenomenal lead / support for Mephisto. If you want to push, I would probably think about that for you. Especially if you can get her artifact and stuff. She part of the meta team for Fisto is with her uniform. So her leadership gives 70% increase of fire damage, and her artifact gives all universal type allies extra, makes her better support. So consider that. A lot of us are using her on Fisto Day. So let me see who else here was asking for a review and go from there. Hopefully that was useful and helpful. Okay, Kang. What about Kang? What was your question with Kang? I do Hades next. That if you want to push AB, I would consider Hades because he has a day. Hi, bro. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. Samarth, welcome. Welcome to the stream. I'm working on my 2 deck cards. Nice. Can you please review? Sure. Yeah, I can give you some feedback, some opinions. So some of you are tuning in now. Just keep in mind that opinions are opinions. Take it with a grain of salt. Ask me why. Make sure you understand your choices before you make them. And ask yourself, if I do this, what am I losing or what am I gaining? Ask other players. So I got this advice. Does this sound good to you? Get different opinions. Don't always go off of one person. I've been playing for a very long time. I've got a lot of things unlocked, but I still make mistakes. So keep that in mind. Sometimes I will have some elite players like Bob Sarge swing by and keep me honest. Solar Wolf. Some other folks that'll jump in from time to time, but they're not always here. So just keep that in mind. Like I said, it's very important that you play your account the way you want to play it. So I'm trying to give you opinions, and if you don't understand why I would make that choice, ask me. Ask. All right, I always look at cards first. So you've got a mix of cards. Focus on PvE or PvP. Do not do both. I will always tell this to everyone, and I'm seeing this as a trend. A lot of people are doing hybrid builds. In my opinion, a hybrid build is hurting you in both game modes. PvE is where you grind materials. So in my philosophy of playing, PvE is where it's at. You max out your PvE. It does do something still in PvP, but PvP is very competitive. I don't think the rewards are really worth pushing. Not from how little you're getting. I would do 2 card sets, a PvE and a PvP. I haven't even built my PvP card set, and I'm still in Vibranium. Really focusing on the PvE, that's just my opinion. Quicksilver and this new Avengers 9 are both PvP cards. You should absolutely unequip them, save them for a second deck. Do not use them. These 3 are decent. Guardians and Luna are 2 of the top 5 best PvE cards in the game. Baby Spidey is in the top 10 best PvE cards in the game. So, fine. Quality's a concern. I like everything to be 5 or higher. You need the proc. The only reason to have Luna, the number 1 reason to have Luna, is the proc. Get the proc on her. Obviously, you need to finish crafting over time. This proc is not very useful. It's better to have the double attack at the bottom. If you can afford to reroll, I would reroll first with Luna. Settle for nothing less than a 5 with the proc at the bottom. The Baby Spidey, again, the proc's not very useful. Quality 4 is a little low. The physical attack is nice to have on the bottom. I would also consider rerolling this down the road. I would start with Luna, Guardians, and then Baby Spider with rerolling. Keep them. Blue stars. Obviously, you always want the all attack, energy attack. At least it's an attack stat. You don't have a blue star here. And you have a blue star here, but it's a cold resist, unfortunately. Eventually consider rerolling that as well. I would probably work on getting your Guardians, if you can get that blue star on that last one. That's an all attack blue star. That's your ideal. Everything else on here, your defense and your resists, are going to help you in PvP, but they're not really going to help you in PvE. Yeah. It's up to you, but I would consider eventually not locking the stars. You don't want to lose your Pierce, though, so be careful. Swords is the next thing that I look at. One of each type is what you want. You have double orange and double purple. Always have one of each type of sword. It is better to have spread out, and you eventually want to obviously have 6 stones, but pushing one sword color is not usually a good strategy. It's better to have like a 3 to 4 stone of each sword, and then eventually work your way up to 5 and then 6. So I would replace one of these. Keep your best out of the 2. Like here you have 4 stones on this orange. Get rid of this orange here and put on like the yellow or the blue. And then likewise here, they're both 3, so whichever one you prefer, and then replace the other one with the other yellow or blue, so you have one of each. Cooldown is only at 2%. Swords offset cooldown a lot and real easily. You can re-roll eventually, even now with 6 stone swords, to try to get closer to 10% on your cooldown. That'll help offset the load for your cards, so you can make different choices with your cards. Building wise, I mean, you have Null and you have Sentry. You actually have really good. You have Greed and you have Conquest. That's fine. Yeah. And you're working on your ISO 8 sets, and you have all your Urus equipped, and you have some Odin's Blessings. I can see why you're trying to do the hybrid, because you have 2 of the most competitive PvP characters. Just be aware, if you do what I'm suggesting with the cards and replace them with PvE only, it will hurt your PvP. I don't think it'll hurt you a ton. Wolverine has his artifact and a Greed. So far, yeah, fine choices for those. Doctor Strange with a Rage is good. I would reroll the Rage and finish your ISO 8 set. Doctor Strange is one of the top 2, at least top 5 PvE characters. Storm with a Mighty, good stuff. Obviously, you eventually want her artifact. You want to finish your ISO 8 set as well. Hulk is a PvE character. Regen is not even good in PvP at this point. I would 100% replace this with a Rage. Venom, Rage, that's fine. He's worth his new uniform if you can afford it. Human Torch is kind of niche, mostly for AB. Nick Fury's fine. Spider-Man, Captain Marvel's kind of fallen off. I don't know if I would leave a Rage on her, but I mean, it's not necessarily worth burning the crystals either. Taskmaster, good support. Jean with a competition. Interesting choice. Yeah, it's very interesting, the choices that you did for PvP characters. Like, you have 3 PvP characters and only a handful of PvE. I wonder how your materials are doing. The main reason I suggest focusing on PvE is so that you can grind materials. But if you really want to keep doing with the PvP, it's up to you. If you want to leave your cards how they are, also up to you. It's just be aware that it can hurt over time. My suggestion, like I said, is always focus on PvE. That's how I play, and I think you get more rewards from your PvE game modes. The upcoming uni is why I'm leaving my Moon Knight alone. He has an energy, and I want to give him a Mighty, but it may be a waste. Fair. Probably a good idea, official Eli. Winter Soldier might get replaced by Moon Knight, but I think you told me some people still like to swap Winter Soldier with Ares on Combat Villain Day. Yeah. Yeah, they do. So, I guess we'll just kind of play it by ear. When you do the review of my character list, I'm looking for World Boss Legendary Uniforms character to Tier 4 next as well, because once I get my cards fixed, I want to start pushing higher. In-game name is Olmec. I'll get you next, Olmec. I'm sorry I missed that from earlier. I'm trying to go back and forth between 2 chats, and then I will go on to the next request. Olmec. And then I got to take my dogs out, so I'm going to have to wrap up here after 2 more reviews. But I'm trying my best. Just be aware, I am knowledgeable, but I don't have all the answers. So we catch up in the air chat real quick, and then I will give you a review, Olmec, if you're still here, hopefully. So I got Smarth. I don't have Tier 4 Bullseye. Should I do? So Bullseye with the uniform has an AB day. Usually I like to count how many days a character has to decide who I want to build first. I do think Bullseye is pretty easy to use, pretty straightforward. In-game name. Oh, Messy Messy. Yeah, I can get you next right after Olmec. And then I'll be the last one for the day. Okay. You passed Bullseye. Ah, probably didn't have the uniform. I don't have Bullseye tier 4. Okay. Now, I was saying he needs Kang's uniform. I mean, if you want to focus on PvP, yeah, Kang's uniform is definitely worth building. Absolutely. Like, Kang is one of the top 5 PvP characters at the moment. Yeah, I'm planning to buy Kang's uni. Fair. But again, that's PvP focused, and you know how I feel about PvP. I have 4 P cards in inventory. Gwenpool, Luna, Black Panther, and Guardians. Guardians is one of the top 5 best PvE cards. Black Panther is a solid one, depending on which Black Panther it is. 166 is probably the better one. Luna, with the proc, is one of the top 5 best PvE cards. Gwenpool has some PvP value. I don't know if it's considered one of the top 5, though. It's definitely top 10 for PvP, but it's a PvP card. Which of them are best for PvE? Luna, Guardians, and then Black Panther in that order out of those cards that you said. You already have Luna. She is the best. You got Guardians. Gwenpool is one of the worst cards. Okay, I didn't even know how much value it has in PvP. Black Panther 166 is decent. Other one, no. Yeah, I agree with Messy Messy. Best PvE, Luna, Ghost Rider, White Fox, and Spidey. I don't know if I would agree with that. Not with Spidey. Luna, I agree with. Ghost Rider and White Fox, definitely agree with those 3. But I would put Fantastic Four in there, and then after Fantastic Four, I would put Guardians over Spidey. I mean, don't get me wrong, Spidey is definitely up there, top 10, probably even top 7. But I don't know. I still think Guardians might be a little... Well, I don't know. Spidey also does have the double attack. Maybe they're on par with each other. Maybe top 6. I could see Spidey at least being considered, but I would still put Fantastic Four over Spidey. Which PvE characters should I develop now? I mean, the ones that I pointed out. If you want me to go back over the list, I can. For Fantastic Four, you need good instincts, though. Good point. I keep approaching this from having everything I have built for my account versus a newer player. Yeesh. Different perspectives, for sure. Cards first. So you have... Yeah, both... Yeah. And this is that one... No, this is the 35. So the 35, notice it has physical attack. The 166 has the all attack. The all attack is better. So eventually... Yeah, replace the Black Panther down the road. The other cards are fine. Over time, when you get better cards, Black Panther would be the first to go, and then Cable. The other 3 you could probably keep. Luna, you do not have the proc, like we were talking about. You want that proc for sure. Guardians. Critical rate, energy, attack. Okay, you got some decent stats at the bottom. It's better if you have the physical energy, but I mean a 5 with the critical rate and energy, that's okay. It's okay. Blue stars, you at least have an attack and a critical damage. Rest of them not so great. This one here is like my biggest concern. Like I said, get that proc. It'll help, trust me. Critical rate, physical, and critical damage. Those are some nice bottom stats. Again, better with the double attack, but those are some nice stats. And you have the blue all attack. I love seeing that. And the attack speed is very, very, very useful. Definitely keep those last 2 blue stats locked. You're doing okay here. Like, there's nothing super bad about what you... Oh, look at that. Double attack at the bottom. Bottom stats are not ideal. Like I said, you probably want to change this out. I don't even know if I would finish building your Black Panther. I would start working on a different card in your inventory and swap it out. But you're not doing too bad on your cards. One of each color. This is what I like to see. Ooh, and you got a 6 and a 6 and a 6. You have 3 6s. That's awesome. And 2 5s. Oh, 3 5s. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're doing good. And your cooldown 6, not bad. You can get that a little bit higher if you need it. But yeah, no, that's actually, your swords are in good shape. Not a lot of feedback there in your swords. You specifically, though, were asking me character list. I'm looking for world boss uniforms, character to tier 4 next as well. So world boss, focus, and tier 4. Okay, we'll focus on that. You're here, awesome. Yeah, I'm rolling Crescent in my inventory. Crescent? Crescent's a PvP card. I would not equip the Crescent. The Black Panther, where he's fighting Claw, is a good one. I'm reluctant to replace it because the roll is so good. Right. And it is. It's a solid one. It's the 166 that we're talking about because of the all attack on it. Okay. So, you specifically want to know who you should build for World Boss. Just pointing out characters you already have if you're not using them. Jean does solid. Doctor Strange does solid. Storm does solid. All of them are good World Boss characters. Venom you should have some use out of as well. Luna also. So Spider-Man Miles Morales is probably one of the top 3 World Boss characters. Definitely put something better on him. It's reasonable, but if you can get a judgment or a competition on him, it's going to be even better. Ghost Rider, use him as the striker, especially with his old uniform. He has value. He does decent in World Boss as well. If you can get Scarlet Witch's uniform, especially with a rage, I would probably tier 4 her. Tier 4 her next. Like, you have Storm and Doctor Strange. Scarlet Witch is really strong. With her uniform, even stronger. AB and World Boss. I would recommend her as your next tier 4. Or Loki. Loki is... You have the uniform. You need a rage on him. But you have the uniform. Scarlet Witch and Loki. Loki is also AB meta and does really good in World Boss. I almost think Scarlet Witch does a little bit better. I could be wrong. Very close, and one of these two needs to be... I would tier 4 them both over time, but one of these two needs to be tier 4'd for sure. Reroll his ISO 8 set to an attack set, though. Get an Overdrive or a POA. Hawkeye's is fine, but an Overdrive or a POA on him. Finish building him out. Like, you've got the uniform. He's easy to use. Hulk is AB meta, but I would still work on one of these two first. Captain America Sharon Rogers, her uniform and an energy on her, she walks through World Bosses. Her and Miles are the top 3. Like, easily top 2, but they're in the top 3 for World Boss. Like, seriously. She's worth it if you want to push World Boss. I would still put Scarlet Witch and Loki above her. Those would be the top 3 options, in my opinion. Let's see who else you got here. Hades has some AB value, but she said World Boss specifically. Gwen, with her newest uniform, is probably top 3, if not top 5. I didn't see Thor. Thor is also free-to-play friendly with his newest uniform. He does... Oh, there he is. He's already tier 4. Yeah, and with Rage. You should be... He's a great World Boss individual as well. Top 5 World Boss, probably. I would argue, at least. Yeah, those are some of the ones I would consider for you. That's what I would think about. By the way, Jeff is a support for some of your hero team setups. Even though Gladiator did... it'd take you a while to build him. Never mind. Ignore me. Ignore me! Yeah, those are some of the main ones. That Loki has been the same since like 3 years of the game when female Loki was the strongest farming uni. Well, I'm just saying World Boss and AB, there's a lot of value there, so consider that. Messy, you all next. Which PvE character should I develop now? Okay. You haven't pointed out any PvE characters which I should develop. Please do. Okay, my bad. My bad. Thought I did. Let me scroll back up to your screen name and come back to you. I knew it started with the Smarth. In-game name. There it is. I'll suggest some PvP characters and then get to Messy. For the last review for the day. Alright. So. PvE characters. These are top 2. Easily. Get Venom's uniform. Because of the value there. Let's see. Who do you not have tier 4 that you should consider? World Boss, consider Sharon Rogers with her uniform. You already have the best CTP for her. Miles needs his seasonal one. Loki, as I mentioned, has both AB and World Boss value. You can consider getting his hero uniform and building him. Winter Soldier, at the moment at least, has AB value. Mephisto walks through all content, like everything. He's expensive, but with his uniform and a tier 4, he will walk through content for you. Beta Ray's got some utility in World Boss. Dazzler's a good support for Storm. Gamora, AB mostly. Gwenpool, World Boss with the newest uniform. Bullseye, if you build him to tier 4, AB meta. Those are probably some of the ones I would consider. If you can get his uniform, he can be a support for villains. Kind of gives you options for pushing content. Scarlet Witch walks through a lot of content, like I was saying. It's going to take you a while to build her from a tier 2 to a tier 4, but she is very strong. Yeah, Mephisto, Scarlet Witch, Loki, those 3 would be towards the top. If you went niche World Boss, Spider-Gwen, and Sharon Rogers, those are the 5 I would consider for your account, in my opinion. Messy, you asked for... There it is. Emperor SR. Emperor SR. Oh, helps if I type. Emperor SR. Cool. VIP 3. Cards. Should I work on swords next? Possible tier 4 supports and probably ABX. Awesome. What else? Let's see. What am I missing here? Which of them for PvE? You already have. Should I develop now? For F4, you need good instincts, though. You should have pointed out any PvE characters, which I should develop. Please do. I'd check. Dude, you're spamming. Sharon also has one ABX day. Also, if you don't have Envy. You know, I heard some people are using her on a day, but I don't use her on any day. Why do you keep saying the same thing? I don't know. Probably just try to grab attention. Shaq Wajid was here actually last Saturday, and likewise just missed off. I think I'm starting to wonder if you listen until I say this is the last review I'm doing, and then you ask. If you stop spamming, though, I'll go ahead and squeeze in one more review since I missed you last time. Hey Blaze, do you have a Discord we can reach out to you or anything like that? I do. I shut down and kicked everyone out of my Discord because I got people trolling and I kind of snapped. I would open it up again, but I would keep it very strict. Right now, it's just going to be me in there, though. So if you all want a link, I can send you a link. Just you gotta behave. You gotta follow the rules. And if you disagree, you have to be a polite adult when you disagree. If you start spamming or putting inappropriate content or trolling, harassing people, I'm just gonna kick you out. But if that sounds like something you'd be interested in, I could open it back up. Invisible Woman. What about Invisible Woman? Oh. Sharon Rogers instead of Invisible Woman. Yeah, I use Invisible Woman for AB. Yeah, send the link. I would like to join. Sure. Sure, why not? Give me 1 second to reopen it up. There are rules for you to agree to. If you agree to the rules, you can select your roles for the conversations you are interested in participating in. And I'll get your review here in a second, Messy. If you decide to join, like I said, just make sure you read the rules, understand them, and follow them. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Should be able to find so where are my invite links? There it is, invites. Because I have one that doesn't expire. I thought I had a way of copying one that exists. Let me double check over here on Twitch. Sorry. Bear with me. We'll get to your review in a second here. We're all just hanging out with one of our favorite games. No big deal. I thought I used to have the Discord link over here. Yeah, okay. This should still work here, and it should take you to the rules. So I will post this as long as it stays going. Wait, that's not the one I was trying to do. I said join the Discord. Want this one. Copy. Paste. There it is. There it is. Okay. Yeah, if you want to click that and join the Discord, you can. I'll put it in both. I'll put it in the Twitch, and I will put it in the YouTube. And if you want to join that, behave yourself. You can stay, hang out, ask questions. Anyone who does not will face my wrath. Whoa! It's like Colossus with a Juggernaut helmet. I thought the crystal Sidorak or whatever it's called, I thought that was, like, it's not inside the helmet, is it? That would be kind of a cool uniform for Colossus, though. I do agree with you. Official Eli. Okay, anyway. Review. Missy. And you had specific questions. And, Shaq Wajid, as long as you, like I said, hang tight, don't spam. And we'll get you next. And that will be the final one. And I'm only going to do that because, like I said, we missed you last time. And I do appreciate you coming back and hanging out. I want to help players. I do. Cards. Okay, let's always start with cards. That's where we start anyway. Okay. So, same opinion that I've been giving and I will continue to give. The Zombies Return Marvel card on the far left. That is a PvP card. I would recommend saving that for a PvP set. The other 4 are all in the top 10. Ghost Rider and Luna Snow, 100% top 5. Cable's a top 10. Spider-Man is arguably top 5. Okay, at least top 6. I agree. Actually, I think you even said that. Aren't you the one who said that? Yeah, you're the one who's been saying that. So, you have the proc, and it's a 6. Fantastic. You have an attack stat, at least on the blue card. Cooldown, not too bad. And you have an ignore defense. Other 3 are so-so. We've got the proc. Yes, that's what we want to see, people. Attack speed. Recovery rate's okay. You've got the all attack. Critical damage, critical rate, ignore defense, max hit points, dodge. This is a chef's kiss roll. Like, seriously, these blue stars here are wonderful. No suggestions. You got a proc, you don't need it. Energy attack and attack speed. Okay, that's fine. You can get the double attack. It's a quality 6. I wouldn't want to risk it though. Energy attack, critical rate, dodge. They're okay blue stars. We got the all attack, critical rate, and critical damage. 3 beautiful stats on a quality 7 card. This is solid stuff. You at least got the energy attack. Recovery rate's okay. Hit points are okay. So not too bad on your cards, honestly. It's just the zombie one. I'm going for hybrid right now. I'm getting to the other deck in the BGL switch zombies when I finish. Okay. I'm always going to be against the hybrid approach. A lot of people seem to be doing it. I think it ultimately ends up hurting in the long run, but keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. I think pushing World Boss Legendary is important, and I love AB. I'm in an AB alliance. So for me, it is critical I score as much as possible in AB, because it's not just getting the max rewards. It's getting as much as humanly possible for my alliance. So just keep that in mind. When I have my opinion and I give it, and the reason I don't like hybrid is because I try to push AB as far as humanly possible. A hybrid, you're not going to. You just can't. So in my head, it's just wrong to have hybrid. Strong opinion, but it's my opinion. Okay, one of each. Not bad. Cooldown. This is what I'm talking about, people. 10%. Look at this. Cooldown. 10%. This is what I'm talking about. If you are hurting on cooldown or you're struggling with your cards, get it on your swords. This will offset that card load. This is actually advice from one of my friends, Solar Wolf, and it's solid advice, and I've been repeating it in every video where people ask for reviews. So this is beautiful. Cooldown 10%, one of each card. I'm sorry, one of each sword. Obviously, over time, you want to get 6 stones for all of them, but you're doing pretty decent. I mean, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and 4. That's pretty decent, and it's hard to roll stones on your swords, so I get it. I get it. That was your main questions, is like card opinions. Mainly, like I said, mainly around some of your blue stats are not ideal. Whoop-de-doo. And I would replace the zombies because of the hybrid conversation. But you understand that. You agree with that. So, oh, come on. Shakwajid, I just said I would get to you. Please stop spamming. Come on. Patience. Talk about the game. Bring up other stuff. You are next. I've told you I will get to you next. But if you keep spamming, I'm going to have to pass. I don't like spammings. I don't like same message over and over again. Talk to us. Talk about the game. Talk about things you like. What we're reviewing. Cable card replace. It depends what you have available. So with your cable card, you have the 3 stats here that are good to have. If you're going to replace this, if you have Fantastic Four or White Fox, yeah, replace it. If you don't have Fantastic Four or White Fox, the only other card I would consider replacing the cable with would be Guardians of the Galaxy. So if you don't have one of those 3 cards, I would keep it. That's what I'm saying. It really depends on what you have available. The other thing you could do, of course, is have duplicates and roll them up in your inventory, which I do all the time. A lot of people are against it. I don't like to roll equipped cards. So there's a player I used to talk to, and fortunately he don't talk to me anymore because, yeah, anyway. He would give the advice of just roll your cards. He always wanted me to roll equipped cards, and it drove me nuts. I'm like, dude, I'm going to lose Pierce. I'm not going to do it. Swords are somehow harder to roll than cards. Cards are more expensive, but swords are harder. I agree with you, Official Eli. A lot less lockable options, and the stones are locked in, right? So you have to use a unroll, a recall, which is expensive, cash-wise. And the other problem is, even if you have a chance up, you can still fail. In fact, I can try to roll a yellow right now, not that it matters, because I'm going to be doing the selector, and I'll have my 6 stone swords. What else did you ask about for your account? Messy. Let's see. Oh, who next to tier 4? Supports. Yeah. Who next to tier 4 and supports? You've got Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah. So you want to use, you know how you can equip a card and it does a side-by-side comparison? This is critical, especially for players like you. When you have a fully maxed out blue star pierced card set, you have to be real careful because your whole account's going to be impacted. So when you get your Guardians to where you think you want it, at least quality 6, decent blue stats, if you can get the double attack on the bottom, go to equip it and do the comparison before you agree. Now, you want to back out of that and unequip the cable for rerolling, but do the side-by-side comparison and calculate what are you losing and gaining. If the losses are too much, don't do it. If the losses are manageable or the gains outweigh the losses, go ahead and do it. That's what I would use for your deciding factor. It's like the Avengers thing for me. I have a Fantastic Four card, which I think would be great for my account, but I don't want to lose that 11% dodge, so I want to get a blue dodge first, and then I'll do it. Everything else is fine, but I'm also fine leaving my cards as is. I don't have to have the Fantastic Four card. I can get some advantage out of it with the proc, but I don't have to have it. So that's like, weigh it out and try to kind of like pace it out. Yeah. Let's talk about tier 4 suggestions, especially with an AB focus, which is where I'm at. So what do we... do you not have Jean's uniform? Or you... what's going on here? I'm so confused. Anyway. Seeing who you have tier 4'd so far. All right, let's look through your characters on who could be considered tier 4ing, especially for AB. No world boss pushing. Wait, you want to push world boss? Oh, you took her uniform off to push world boss. Ahaha. Now I understand. Now I'm following. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. Swords, next tier 4's supports and ABX. Supports and ABX. Need Jean as a hero for Ultron. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Makes more sense. I was very confused. I'm like, what are you doing? I don't understand. So you got Cyclops. So Miss Marvel for the Inhuman Day does do better than Black Bolt, which you don't even have his newest uniform, which gives him the better leadership. Miss Marvel is worthwhile. Crystal is a competitor for, and I keep getting pushback. Some people are like, Miss Marvel's better. Some people are saying Crystal's better. I don't have my Crystal built. I don't know for sure. But for your Inhuman Day for ABX, I would consider tier 4ing your Miss Marvel, who does a phenomenal job, and it arguably the meta for Inhuman Day. Luna Snow, she's getting a new uniform. She's 100% meta for AB. So I would tier 4 Luna over Miss Marvel, but Miss Marvel is also worth the consideration. Let's see. Obviously, Jeff is a great support for World Boss. Polaris is a great lead support for AB. Her newer uniform does make her a little bit better, but it's not required. But she is a great support character that has days that she's used. At the moment, Winter Soldier with his newest uniform in a tier 4 is meta in AB. I can't spend crystals, so there's that. Ouch. That's fair. Hi. Are you doing account helps? I am, but I am wrapping up. I've been streaming for 3 hours. Every Saturday, right around reset, at least within an hour. I try to do it at reset. I stream every Saturday. If you have questions, I can answer some quick questions for you, but I don't want to do full reviews. Well, we'll see. We'll see how it's going. If you want to hang out for a little bit, let me know what kind of questions you have, and I can at least give you a high-level feedback, maybe. I like helping people, so when people jump in, I'm like, maybe I'll stay on a little bit longer. I can eat lunch later. Wong with his newest uniform, the zombie uniform, is actually a really good support option in some game modes for Doctor Strange, just not AB. Abomination. So Hulk right now is meta for AB. Obviously, the uniform makes him better, but he is part of the meta team for Hulk. Enchantress has support days. You already have her built. You got Phil Coulson's uniform, which is awesome. I know you don't have the crystals, but Red Goblin uniform for Green Goblin is a great leadership for Bullseye for his villain days. White Fox and Ronin are both great supports, but you already have them. Agent Venom is great support for Null, for PvP. Dazzler, best support for Storm, obviously. PvP support. Dr. Voodoo has some days for support on AB. Civ's fallen off. M'Baku, yeah, his artifact too. Obviously, you know, he's a support character for AB. Valkyrie, I know you can't afford the uniform, but you already have the CTP. You know, she's a good support, clearly. So if you're running Invisible Woman, Valerie actually works on her team. Bullseye needs his villain uniform to be AB meta, but he's AB meta. Ghost Panther, great support. Satana, better with her uniform for Mephisto, but she's obviously a lead support. Mysterio is still a solid support. Red Hulk with his newest uniform. I know the uniform thing. But Abomination, Hulk, and Red Hulk is the meta team for Hulk's AB days. Oh, valid. I will sub and I'll tune in for next week. Next Saturday, daily reset, right? Yeah, every Saturday I do. But like I said, if you want to hang tight, there's one other person in front of you. I'll go ahead and wait. If you want to hang around, if Shakwajid is still here when I'm done with this one, I'll get you after Shakwajid. If you want to wait today. If you don't want to wait today, that's fine too. Completely up to you. Shakwajid, come on, man. I said don't keep spamming. Like, you keep putting the same thing. I told you I'll get to it. I have crystals. I don't have money for crystal unis. I'm confused. If you have crystals, but you don't have money for crystal unis? So you don't have enough crystals to get them? Wow, 6-star Artie for Val. Nice. Yeah, right? I'm currently using Miles instead of Bullseye. I mean, you could. Bullseye usually does better, but that's fine. At least you have a day covered, right? I will hang around. I don't mind. You seem chill, which I like. Cool. Thank you. Crystal, the character. Boom! So you've got crystals, but you don't have money for crystals uniform. Gotcha. Gotcha. That makes sense. Do you have your own Discord? I do. I actually just posted a link. I had an incident, so I had to lay down the band hammer, and I actually kicked everyone out. So when folks join, you have to agree to the rules. I'll re-add the role for Marvel Future Fight for this channels. They're locked down. So if you're joining and you want to be in the Marvel Future Fight channels, just let me know. Be like, hey, I'm here from YouTube or Twitch, and I would like to see the Marvel Future Fight channels. I'll add you. Eventually, I'll re-add the role selection where you can add your own role. So basically, you agree to the rules, you choose the roles you want, and we go from there. Oh, Blaze, can you add the channel for MFF, please? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As folks start coming in, I assume all of you want it. So as long as you agree to the rules, I'll start adding you. So just general non-gaming, just let me know and I'll add you. What's your name on... oh, never mind. LL, you told us. Yeah. Just let me know and I will give you the role so that you can see those channels. Can I be mod? No. Nope. If you hang out and you're cool, maybe in a year or two, I would consider modding you. But since it's new, no. Show Thor skin. I can. All right. Let me see who else is here. Oh, yeah. There's your crystal right there. So you probably work on Miss Marvel instead in the meantime because at least you have her uniform. So I'm thinking for you at least... Gambit's an AB one too, but obviously we have some restrictions here and some limitations. Which, by the way, I do give out crystal coupons every month. I know it's only 300 crystals, but it adds up over time. So I guess for you at least, with them as they're existing, I would probably tier 4 Miss Marvel next because you have the uniform. So that gives you another day in AB. I mean, I mentioned some of the characters, but you don't have the crystals for the uniforms. So it's not really worth building a lot of them, you know? And if AB is your main focus, that's probably the route I would end up going, is just Miss Marvel for you. That's my advice. All right. Shakwajid, if you're still here. If not, RenFX is going up next. Please confirm you are here without spamming the same thing you've been... Hey. Is that the hashtag? Agent 157462981. Okay. Yeah, Shakwaji, just confirm you're here, and I'll give you some feedback. If not, I'm gonna move on to Ronnie Fex. Oblaze, can you add the channel? I did that. Yeah, I joined. I'll link on this. Cool. Oh, never mind. LOL. You told us. Can I be mod? Share your Thor skins. Definitely. Damn, a year or two. Well, I mean, you're talking about mod access to somebody's Discord. Like, yeah. I'd probably be... Really? Why? Can't be older than me. Well, I mean, I guess you could. I have crystals for uniforms. You still miss that. So you do have crystals for uniforms. But you already have... I'm so confused. Who is your favorite character? Doctor Strange, hands down. Doctor Strange, Magneto, Shang-Chi. And that's in Marvel, period, not just the game. Fair. Let me show Thor's uniforms, and then RenFX, I'll get yours. You're 27, but still. Okay, fair enough. I'm running into the last Amlanray. I am doing my last review with RenFX just because I've been streaming for 3 hours. I do stream every Saturday if you want to catch me next Saturday, though. I see you have Shang-Chi tier 4. Is he worth it? No. I picked him because he's one of my top 3 favorite characters. Oh. Yeah, 300. I buy 300 or less. Yay. Okay, let me show Thor's uniforms as requested, and then we'll do RenFX. Okay? And, yeah, these are my top 3 favorites. I'm like, this is my favorite character. And he'll be higher rank when I get better swords. But, yeah, they're all pretty high ranked. And I'm wasting materials. Like, he's completely worthless in the game, and I can't stand it, but I love the character. In case it's not clear, I'm a little bit up there in age. If the white in my beard is not showing. If it's not telling. You know. Thor, where are you at? Alright, uniforms. I could probably turn up the graphics to make this prettier. Options. Yeah, let's go to max graphics for a second so we can see the pretty uniforms. It's so pretty. Look, it's shiny. Okay. Thor. This is the current best uniform for Thor. And in case those of you are interested, aside from the fact it's part of my heritage, because my mom was born in Iceland, I like history. And I know about the Thor from the sagas and Eddas. So if you ever want some useless information, let me know. All right, here's the next one. Marvel's Thor, Love and Thunder. Herald of Thunder. Avengers Endgame, a.k.a. the Thor that looks closest to me. I'm what you might call vertically challenged and horizontally blessed, like this Thor. Team Suit, Avengers Endgame. Avengers Infinity War. Interesting fact, because again, like history stuff. This is almost like a reverse of what you typically see with Count Dracula. Yet, the original Dracula from Bela Lugosi, when he played him in the black and white film, actually had a salmon or cream-colored inside, not red. That was not until the first live-action one. I believe it was Christopher Lee who played him that actually had the internal red on the black cape. Thor Ragnarok. Unworthy, which is a comic reference. The unworthy Thor. Avengers, Age of Ultron. And, last but not least, the Avengers. It's wild to see the difference in quality on the uniforms and how they look. Like the original look for him, and if you compare that to the detail and how clean the uniform looks, even the shining on the metal as he turns, you can see it like the shine reflect over the armor. Like, it's just night and day. Like, so much more detail. Is absolutely crazy. Okay, count review. Renifex, you are up. I think you said Renifex. Yeah, Renifex is nice and easy. Oh, no, not Fen. Renifex. No, I can't spell. Renifex. Darn it. Renifex. If he isn't here, think I'm my 3rd month of this game. Oh, nice. We all start somewhere. I'm 27, but still. ID check. I see you have Shang-Chi. No problem. Give that man a brilliant CTP. Ha 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 ha. Give which man a brilliant CTP? Shang-Chi is part of a meta team in AC. That's fair, MFF Doom. That is fair. But I don't really do Alliance Conquest that often. If you know the team off top of your head, let me know. I can throw him on that team. Fat Thor rocks. Nothing can beat Infinity War Thor. I'm just saying, calling him Fat Thor is offensive to those of us who are pleasantly plumped. I'm just saying. Hurts my feel-bats. No, I'm joking. I don't care. It's 11 years. Yep. Yo. Oh, it's an A. I'm here. Hey. Hello, Doom. Doom, 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 doom. All right, so we always start with the CODs. So, the first thing is, of course, you want to switch over to all P cards. I mean, I know you're getting the 1.5% Pierce. You eventually want to replace this in time. Being a newer player, it's hard to do, but you eventually want P cards. Now, you have a good start. You have 4 of the top 6 best PvE P cards in the game. So that's a really good start. The question is, do you have the procs? No proc. No proc. So as I was saying earlier, both White Fox and Luna Snow, when you re-roll a card, the bottom... Well, first of all, the quality changes. You want at least a 5 or higher quality, but at the bottom, the stats change. The bottom 3 are random. There's of course, re-rolling crafted stats, which is separate, and then there's also re-rolling the card itself, which changes the quality. That is something you want to do until you get the proc on the bottom for Luna Snow and White Fox. Baby Spidey has the proc. This is not one that needs the proc. In fact, that proc is not super useful. It's a quality 7. Cooldown and critical damage is fine. Idealistically, you want the double attack. But with a quality of 7s, it's a nice little boost. Your crafted stats are not bad. Dodge is fantastic. Max hit points is okay to have. Ignore defense is fantastic. All defenses, it's fine. There's better, but it's fine. Critical rate is a great one. Now, your last one to finish off your blue stats, obviously cold resist is terrible. You want an attack. If it's all attack, that's ideal, but as long as it's blue, at least you'll have your 5% pierce. It's going to help your account a lot. Guardians of the Galaxy, you do have a physical and a cooldown, but it is a quality 3. As you notice, all the top 2 stats and all your crafted stats are based upon your quality. Quality 3 is 8.5. Quality 7 is 11. So you can get those higher by re-rolling. Idealistically, you want the double attack at the bottom of this card. You want the physical and energy attack. Both. If you can. It's hard to get. But I still say a quality 3 is too low. I don't like to settle for anything less than a quality 5. You have a blue all attack. That is the freaking gem. That is what you want. On every crafted card, the blue bottom star should be blue all attack. That is beautiful. Critical rate, good, solid option. That's also a blue one. Max hit points is not bad. This is not doing too bad. Obviously, you want to reroll your green eventually. It can be expensive to lock down, you know, cost crystals to lock down your stuff. So I kind of get it. I get it. So far, it's a nice start. You eventually win another P card. You're actually making really good choices here. I'm throwing my phone on the floor. That's what I have to say about that. I just want to reposition and sit like on my foot. Okay, now it feels better. Ugh. Swords. Perfect. You have one of each sword. You already have a 6-stone sword. That's phenomenal. You're doing great. Yeah, no complaints here. You're doing a nice start with your swords. Cooldown. Again, let me reiterate this because so few people are taking advantage of this. 21% cooldown. Your swords need at least 10% cooldown. This is phenomenal. This offloads so much from your character builds and your card requirements. This is awesome. Good job. Fantastic. Yeah, so far so good considering you're a brand new player. I don't know what your favorite game mode is, but I have a tendency to focus and suggest towards PvE. So those are going to be the suggestions I make for you is going to be with a PvE focused in mind. Why? Grinding materials, grinding resources. If you can do stuff in PvE, you can typically do okay in PvP. So, to begin with, you've got the Wolverine. You have his artifact, which is the most critical. And you have the greed. Yeah, greeds are great on him. You eventually want to re-roll his greed. But yeah, that's not bad for a PvP build. Not too bad. You're also finishing off your ISO 8 sets. You're doing great. Like, for a newer player, you're doing fantastic. Seriously. You have a... How do you... Only 3 months? Are you spending money or what, dude? Like, this is a well-built account so far. But yeah, Brilliant is fantastic on Doctor Strange, who's easily one of the top 3 to 5 best PvE player characters in the game. Let's see. Yep. Okay. One thing. Aside from the fact that it's fantastic, you're putting, you know, something on every one of the Uru slots. Odin's Blessings is even better. This is a great build. Make the rest sparkly. I'm assuming this is because of a lack of resources, but obviously make them all sparkly. Get them all up. You're a VIP 9. Fair enough. Fair enough. Storm, Mighty Rage. Now, even though Doctor Strange is my favorite, Storm does seem to do a little bit better than he does. And she has more game modes she's usable in. You probably should have put the Brilliant on her. Not a big deal. She's fine. Get some Uru on her. And eventually Mythic her uniform. But I think that's pretty straightforward. Yeah, is there any specific advice you want? Because you know what you're doing. I mean, most of the stuff I'll point out is like finish putting Urus on characters and finish ISO 8 sets. Well, I say 3 months, but I played 1 month this year and 2 months last year. That's fine. I did the bingo last year. Wow. Yeah, if you were only playing 3 months and you're just spending mostly, like, you're missing out. Grind daily if you have time. Because you definitely are making some decent choices. By the way, go ahead and pull this off Gwenpool. If you're limited on CTPs, because Gwenpool's kind of fallen off. Yeah, you put the Mighty on Hulk. Hulk is meta. Oh, we froze up for a second. My computer can't handle the super high graphics. Because I'm using an emulator. For Urus, do they have to be 6-star minimum? Most people say 5. As long as you do a 5-star minimum, you're usually in pretty good shape. Personally, I like the 6-star ones. But hey, Solar Wolf, I was actually just talking about you. I'm reopening my Discord. I've had enough people ask to join in. I think I had about 5 or 6 people join, so I'm going to reopen that channel. I know you don't want to come back, and that's fine, but if you wanted to come back, Solar, you could. I will aim for 5 then. If you have enough Urus and gold, then 6-star is good. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's a boost, but, like, you can look, you can see what the stats are before and after. There is a boost from it. The question is it worth your materials? I mean, for the most part, for only being active for 3 months and being a VIP 9, you're making really good choices. I don't have a lot of suggestions for you, honestly. I think you're doing the right direction, and the way some of these characters are built tells me you know what you're doing. So if you have a specific question, let me know. But, I mean, for the most part, I don't know if I have suggestions on where you are right now with play. Just because when I combine for 6, I have barely any. Right. So yeah, I would settle for 5 right now. There are different game modes for you to farm that drop Uru, but again, you have to start playing and start farming. Oh, I'll wait till this resets real quick. Are there any epic quests to get? There's a lot of epic quests to get. And some of them allow you to farm Uru, actually. So I always get I get everything. But being a star creator, it makes it pretty easy, so I have everything. Some of these, and I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, so let's go find them together. Let's play the Find the Game. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have any in those. I didn't think so. Oh, yeah, go right back to the memory mission, because you're losing your mind. Yeah, so those are ISO 8. I think it's some of the further ones. Let me check the Goblin Queen one. I know there's a set of these somewhere that literally drop Uru, straight up Uru. The ISO 8s are not bad to farm either when you need to, but this is not what I'm looking for. When I find them, you'll know. You'll be like, look at them right there. It's not only the Immortal. It can't be just this one, is it? Well, it's definitely not there. Why do I keep re-clicking the same thing? Because, oh, here you go. See, Uru. So it is the most recent one. So both of these, you can farm Uru if you wanted to. That's the most recent one. I'd recommend getting Gladiator because you can also get Nova, which is a very good support. That's very good advice, Solar. Also, is it worth spending money on the unequipped epic gear purchase? If you have a lot to move, yes. Because it saves you so many crystals. So, for example, with me, I have a ton of CTPs. In fact, I have a counter, which I'll just tell you. I know it's almost 100. Last time I bought it, I moved about 30 CTPs. And the number of crystals that I saved by moving all at once made it worth it. Yeah, I have 127 CTPs. 13 Brilliance, 50 Mighties, 64 Normal. So if I'm moving stuff around, for me, it's definitely worth it. I mean, I even have some sitting in my inventory. I just don't know where to stick them. So when you're moving them around, yeah. It can get real costly on crystals. Especially Brilliance. Oh yeah, even half off Brilliance are super expensive to take off. I mean, look at this, right? Like full price Brilliance, like get out of here. But if I was to go here and try to take his Brilliance off, unequipped 50%, that's 750 crystals. That's a lot of crystals. So for me, again, it depends. If you're only moving 1 or 2, just soak up the crystals. But if you're moving 5 to 10 and you have the cash to spend, I would just spend the cash. For a newer player, I would strongly suggest story mode. Okay, the official Eli over on Twitch says, for a newer player, I would strongly suggest story mode. If you build your characters based on who they tell you to build, you farm more materials to farm more, and it becomes a cycle. Yep. Support shop for Uru. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Very good point. It's another spot to get some Uru besides for what he just asking about, Epic Quest. But yeah, in the support shop, you can buy the Uru boxes too. Where's it at? I don't think it's token shop. I don't think it's a token shop. Where is the support shop? Which one is it? I know it's one of these here allows you to do the thing. I don't remember where it's at. Where's the 365 thing? Is that up? I need to buy that again this year. Crystals for 365 days. Is it materials? Could be materials. No. No? Yes. No. Definitely not the collection tokens. Somewhere there. Dimension missions one? Ah. Haha, thank you. So the support shop here. Uru chests. So if you buy this, you get 10 Uru. Random, but that'll help too. That's a very good point. And that's farmable because you get, you know, if you do your clears for your dimension missions every day, remember your first couple gives you the 6,500 support tokens, which gives you quite a few pools. So if you get all 3 of those each day, yeah, you're definitely going to need to grind. And the epic quest, like they're saying, unlocking characters is going to help a lot. All right. Shakwajid, I asked you earlier. I was like, are you here? It was your turn. You did not confirm. And you're not saying anything but putting the same... Yeah, I'm sorry. He's gone. He's spamming, not saying anything, and yeah. Sorry. 'Tis a limit. 'Tis a limit. Actually, you know what? Let me do this really quick. Carlbot. Let me just re-add the ability to let people add themselves to the Marvel Future Fight channels. Real quick. It's not going to take long. And you guys can just add yourself. It'll be quicker. Alright, where's my reaction rolls? Reaction rolls. There it is. Roll selection, edit. Add emoji. Marvel Future Fight, remind me, is separate, so I'll add that as well. So this is for the Marvel Future Fight roll. We'll use the cell phone, and then I'll do an alarm one for the Marvel Future Fight. Remind me. There we go. And I'll come over here. Where's the reaction rolls? Edit. Oops. Let's try this again. Phone. And then alarm. Like that, and then save. All right, it should be in there now. If any of you want to try, okay, folks are already trying, so let's see if it actually works. Mobile, okay, no, it just added them to the bottom, cool. So if you guys want to now go to the role selection channel, the only way to get there is to agree to the rules. If you agree to the rules and go to the Marvel Future, if you agree to the rules and go to the role selection channel, you can react with the emojis, and it will give you the role of Marvel Future Fight, and you'll see the channels. So this way, because if you don't want to talk about spirituality and religion, don't opt into that. If you don't like martial arts, don't opt into that. It's you pick what categories you want. So if you don't want the categories, just don't subscribe to that and you won't see it. Okay, so let me double check. So Rand should say Marvel. Yeah, it's working. Cool. There you go. Welcome, welcome. Everyone's welcome to add themselves. Cool. All right, let me catch up in the chat. What am I missing here? One more thing. What should be my 5 main World Boss Legendary teams be? So the big problem with World Boss Legendary teams and predefining them is there's restriction days. So you're going to have restrictions on being able to clear them, and you have to adapt them as you go up higher in the rankings. What you end up doing will depend. Like, so for example, right here, right, I'm trying to push Black Swan. So I'm using this team here. So I have a lead, I have a main damage dealer, which is Storm, and then I have Luna Snow as a filler so that I can push to the next rank because of the requirement. And then you have to leave characters for strikers as well. So then I had this team, which was going to be my secondary one, which now it doesn't, you know, I've got to switch it up now because obviously Luna is now being used elsewhere. She's only going to work for Universal, so I'm going to have to throw someone else in here. I don't really have an energy character, so it's more of a filler. So sometimes you have to use fillers, like this is a lead with 2 supports. This is a lead with a backup and a support. So like it depends on where you are. So there's not really a universal best 5 team. You have to set it up based upon who you're going through. Like who should be DPS and who should I pair them with? Yeah, likewise, like if they have a self lead, that's usually the best. But you'd have to let me know what world boss you're going out after and what restrictions you're facing. For the most part, when you're starting with no restriction, I mean, you should be able to pretty much use anyone. But most of your main characters are going to be like Miles Morales. He's going to be a self lead with a double support because with his uniform, he gives himself, right, increases self all basic attacks by 70%. So he should have a self lead. Yeah, Miles, build a team around Miles Morales, build a team around Sharon Rogers, build a team around Spider-Gwen, build a team around Thor, and I think you have Storm, don't you? Build one around Storm, too. If you have support characters that give them a support, use any support character that works with them if you're struggling. And if you run out of characters, you might have to throw in fillers potentially. So it just really depends on a lot of different stuff. Renifex. So yeah, well, Doctor Strange is a no-brainer as well. So Storm, Doctor Strange, Venom, Thor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you have... I don't know if you have Sharon Rogers or not. You don't have her uniform, though. And you don't have Miles' uniform. So for your account, this is who I would do for you. Use Doctor Strange self-leadership. Support him with Ancient One. And maybe Enchantress, which is going to be overkill. You're going to walk through the content. That's one team. Use Cyclops as leadership. Storm as your main damage dealer for your second team. So Cyclops, Storm, and Dazzler if you have her. I think you have Dazzler. If you don't have Dazzler, you could always pop in Polaris instead. But yeah, if you have Dazzler, put Dazzler on that team. That's a second team. Venom I don't remember him having a good leadership for himself. So you probably need some sort of like physical leader. Taskmaster will work on a Venom team, because I think Taskmaster works for both heroes and villains, I think. You could throw in some... Oh, M'Baku. Use M'Baku's leadership with Venom and Taskmaster for Team 3. Team 4, Thor, self-lead. Then maybe... You could probably throw in Coulson. I don't remember if he has leadership. If he has leadership, you could use White Fox, but I don't remember if he has leadership or not. You probably throw in a filler for the 3rd slot. And then for the 5th team, might as well use Gwenpool. Yeah, you could throw in Nick as a leadership for one of your heroes. You've got options to work with. Ironheart's a good support, too, for Blast characters. So you've got a couple options to work with here. Ronin's a good lead. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of dealer's choice at that point. You have a lot of different things you could potentially build. Sharon in the big 2026. Yeah. But uniform and energy is needed, so the way Sharon's built right now, probably not. Yeah, messy. Are you doing any more after this? As far as reviews, no, because I'm hitting my 4-hour mark. I need to go eat and let my dogs out and cover my birds. I do need to wrap it up for now. I will be streaming again next Saturday, though, and I am reopening my Discord. If anybody wants to hang out in there and ask questions, I can't always answer questions right away, but you're welcome to join and just chill out and ask for opinions or whatnot and give feedback. Just read the rules. I'm going to enforce the rules. If you want to follow the rules, you're welcome. If you don't want to follow the rules, I'm kind of temp ban to full bans at this point. I'm kind of done. Done with internet drama. I am playing this game because I have fun. I love gaming. I love Marvel Future Fight. I want to have fun. If you guys start stressing me out and being jerks, see ya. So just fair warning. Just fair warning. Anyone better with that Brilliant Rage? I mean, Brilliant Rage you want to put on one of your top characters, like Storm, Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, someone like that usually wants a Brilliant Rage. But I mean, there's a lot of different characters, and it depends on the games you're going to focus on. Should I switch? I don't remember who you had your Brilliant Rage on, honestly, off the top of my head. Storm and Mephisto. Mephisto I would put a competition on. Storm, I would put the Rage on Storm. But then they are worse in ABBL. I didn't. Thor over GR? Oh, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. Ghost Rider does work. You could build a Ghost Rider team. Ghost Rider does fine. If you have Ghost Panther as a support, great. There you go. Throw Ghost Panther on a team with Ghost Rider. You have Green Goblin's a villain's support / lead. Oh, you have Jeff, too, you can use as support. There you go. Ghost Rider Robbie Reyes. So use Ghost Rider's lead, Ghost Rider Robbie Reyes, and Ghost Panther. That could be a 5th team, too. Absolutely. Ghost Rider will do work. 3, delay cancel, strike the ground. 1, 2, instant cancel, 5, 4. And then as they cool down, use them right away. 1 right away. 3, always wait till he hits the ground. Always try to finish with a 4. 5 is instantly cancelable. 1, 2 is instantly cancelable. The 6, just wait till the fire appears on the ground. It's like a delayed cancel. Yeah, he'll walk through content. He'll eat world bosses alive, no problem. It's just Thor, Miles, and Sharon almost seem like they're geared towards world boss, and they will clear them quicker. You have plenty of options for clearing your world bosses. And I do have videos here on YouTube that walk through how to beat world bosses. I'll make more and update them, but check them out. They kind of show strategy. It's more about strategy, but with no restriction days, tier 4 characters should be walking through 1 to 9. It's once you push higher and you have restrictions, it starts to become more of a chore. Yeah, that's how I would word it. A chore. Yeah, a chore. So, Yo, I want to ask, is Wanda good? I am like in the beginning part. Got tier 4 Storm plus Ghost Rider. I have Null, but too expensive to upgrade. Yes. So Wanda, Scarlet Witch, is one of the top AB characters in the game. She regularly comes back. Currently with her zombie uniform and a rage on her, she walks through content. Takes a while to build her up, and you need to learn how to play her. It's a really easy rotation. 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, and you let 5 finish. Use 1 right when it's on cooldown. Rinse and repeat. When 6 is ready, you do 2, 1, 3, 4, 5. Let your 5 finish. Once 1's on cooldown, 1, 6 right away. Let your 6 play out until all the skills are on cooldown, and then pop up through them again. 7, whenever it's ready, yeah, she walks through content. Wanda is very, very strong right now. Storm, also very strong. Probably stronger than Scarlet Witch, especially with her newest uniform. Ghost Rider is mostly a support character. He does do some damage in World Boss, but for the most part, Ghost Rider is mostly used for support / striking. Like, striking support, like a tier 4 character, using him as the striker for world bosses, specifically, not AB or ABL. There's better options for AB and ABL. If you don't have better options, Ghost Rider is better than nothing, but mostly Ghost Rider is being used as a striker for tier 4s and world boss. He can do some world boss damage, but not as good as some other characters. And yes, Null's very expensive, but he's mostly a PvP character. For the swords, which 6 stone is better? The blue for instinct or the orange for physical attack? Honestly, it comes down to what your account needs. I would always go with the, I believe it's, blue is instinct? I thought blue was energy. I would go with the energy or physical, personally. It's what your account needs, though. Yeah, that's instinct. Okay. Purple. So purple or orange is the 2 I would try to focus on first. Because, remember, this is for all counts, all characters. There are more energy characters. I almost think the psionic is a little bit better. But you're fine with either. It's giving more attack for your account, so go with what you can get. What if I don't want to accept the rules? Don't bother coming back, I guess, Solar. I mean, that's... I'm going to be a little bit more strict so we don't have what happened last time. So if I'm going to stay on people a little bit more, if I start seeing people doing things inappropriate, I will try to take it in the private messages, but if they continue or they're just being straight up nozzles, I'm just going to start kicking people and banning them. Can you look at my account? Not today. I've been streaming for about 4 hours. I'm about to wrap up for today, but if you catch me next Saturday, I stream every Saturday. I'll do a review for you then. Same thing, Rebaz. Sorry, I'm wrapping up. Bro, should I get Wanda to tier 3 or save resources for Null and Sentry? So in my personal opinion, streamer Clips C, I would work on Wanda instead. I think Null and Sentry are fantastic, but they're PvP focused. I don't think the rewards for PvP are as worth it as the PvE. And the meta on PvP changes a lot. It's very competitive. You usually have to spend a lot, and you don't get a lot out of it. Whereas farming or getting mats or running through story mode or doing your daily dispatch stuff, there's a lot of different game modes in PvE where I think you'll get more use out of Wanda long term. Down the road, you want Sentry and Null. It's good to build them because even a crappy Sentry and Null will walk through early PvE content. But there's more you can do with PvE. So in my opinion, it's better to build Wanda. Is Sentry better or Null? Sentry. Null is really good, but Null needs a really good team. For example, having Agent Venom with him makes a huge difference. Sentry right now seems to do better in the PvP. And I think Kang, I would argue Kang is probably better than Sentry too. So it's probably Kang, Sentry, Null as the top 3 best PvP characters in my opinion. Bet. You are the GOAT. Thanks for telling. Yeah, no problem. As always, I'm going to give you this disclaimer as I give to everyone. This is my opinion based upon my play experience. Keep in mind when making decisions for your account on who to build, take different opinions and consider it. Don't just listen to one person. I don't care how long they've been playing for. I've been playing for almost 10 years. I don't have all the answers. I still make mistakes. Talk with other players, get into Discord channels, ask on different streams. Come up with an opinion, ask yourself why. I try to always tell you why I'm giving you the advice. I don't always do it, but I try to. Always ask and understand the decision you're making and why you're making it. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you play your account as long as you're having fun. But if you want the most optimal choices, that's when you talk to people like me. I focus on AB. My big thing when in this game is I want to score as much as possible in Alliance Battle. So I have a very narrow view on how I go about playing the game. Some people are doing hybrid builds on their cards. Some people are working on PvP. Some people like that. So my advice is going to be the opposite to the way they want to play. So I probably don't give them the best advice for what they want. So just make sure you're enjoying it. Ask a lot of questions, get different opinions, and go from there. So there's my last disclaimer for today. Being free to play is very hard. So what's the most thing to focus on or stress on? Solar Wolf, are you still here? Okay, he might have left. So Solar Wolf is a guy I've been talking to for years. Really cool dude. Got an interesting sense of humor. Oh, he is. If you can ask nicely of Solar Wolf, or if he rejoins my Discord and you do too. Solar Wolf's a free-to-play player. He used to spend, now he doesn't spend any for the most. He's basically free-to-play. He would give incredible advice on where to focus. I've spent over $3,000 US on my account. I enjoy the game. What can I say? So free to spend focus is rough for me. I would recommend it's all about farming. Doing all of your dailies every day. Getting those materials and saving them up and making educated choices. That's what I would advise. Solar probably has a better opinion on what to do about it. I spend 10 euros this Annie. Wow. Big spender, man. Hit VIP 6 finally. It's about time. About time. He's a big spender here. But you seriously, you do know more about free to play than I do, because half the time I recommend paywall characters because I don't think about it. I really don't. Like, just to give you context and flex. What? Who said that? I have every character in the game. So I don't know. You know, it's like I build. I build and build and build and collect and collect. So for free-to-play aspect, I don't think about the game as somebody who has limited resources. So a lot of the choices I make is me having everything and doing endgame content. So it does skew my view. And that's another reason why I say always ask other people, because there's different opinions. Yeah, probably don't even know that Sharon's latest uni is... Is it really? I was just recommending to someone, like, get her latest uniform. Oh, for crying out loud, dude. Ugh. You want to see something funny? I think it's funny. Yeah. I went to the wrong section. It's consumables. That's, yeah. How many am I up to now? Oh, yeah, 94. 94 tier 2 advancement tickets. Like, why can't I combine these, like, mega mythics or something? Like, seriously, like, I'm never going to use these ever. Yeah, I've got 7 mega mythics, but 94 tier 2 advancement tickets that I will never ever use. 37 rank ups and 37. Right now, I have every character in the game, and every single one of them is as high as they can get. So this group at the bottom, the very last row, our tier 2 is as high as they can go. Like, if you open it here, they're maxed out. Like, I can't go any higher with them. But everyone else is, like, awakened. They're all 6 stars, all red. Like, I'm to the point now where, again, I'm pushing endgame content. Oh, no, you found out I'm really Superman. I can't see either at all. It is fun when you're not exactly blind, but when you have difficulty seeing, you pull off your glasses and be like, hey, you look so much better without my glasses. Bad joke, sorry. All right, I'm going to wrap up the stream here. Appreciate y'all hanging out. I will post it one more time. If you want to join the Discord, you are more than welcome to. I don't always answer. I will do my best to answer. Just follow the rules. Have fun. Remember, the whole point of my Discord with Marvel Future Fight is to hang out, enjoy the game, and help each other out. So as long as you're keeping that in mind, and you're not trolling, harassing, or crapping on people for their opinions or choices, you're welcome. You're welcome to stay. When you start making it not a fun, friendly, educational, supportive environment, you're gone. I'm done. So, bro, it's okay. Thanks for the stream. Go and rest. Yeah, absolutely. I like streaming too. So I'm gonna call it. Any last final words, thoughts, comments? Feel free. I'll read them real quick. If not, have a good one. Yeah, you too, officially, Eli. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Good to see everyone. Appreciate you supporting the stream. Hopefully, I will have more crystal coupons to pass out next month when reset. If it's not this coming, I don't think I'll have them this Saturday. It probably won't be that early. It'll probably be 2 Saturdays from now. But they go quick, so try to get here early. I do try to stream at reset, but I do voiceover work. I record audiobooks for Audible. Well, for authors who are publishing themselves on Audible. And if I over record, or if I'm still recording, I might be a little bit late and closer to an hour late. But the goal is at reset. So anyway, have a great one. Thanks for hanging out. Check out my videos on YouTube, and I will catch y'all later.